Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast. We're going to have a warm-up section for maybe an hour today, and then we're going to jump into the news. We're streaming today on a different day, Saturday, February 15th. I actually looked at my analytics, and if I was just to follow when videos are most viewed, Saturday at 7 a.m. would be a proper time to potentially live stream / schedule videos. I don't know if I'm really going to follow that instructions, because to keep everything separated, then that really would be closer to just doing like a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday thing. And honestly, if I was to follow the analytics, my next most common time is Sunday, as far as watch time goes. And honestly, I think that just probably speaks more towards having a fairly large audience of people who aren't super capable or interested in watching live streams. So yeah, at the moment I'm only giving that a minor consideration. So why am I streaming on Saturday, and why did I not stream on Friday then? Well, simply put, my internet modem broke, and so I've been without internet for the past 48 hours. Now, I do have an emergency hard drive full of entertainment, so I'm not going to go completely out of my mind. In fact, I could probably go relatively long, maybe even as far as 3-4 months without internet and still be entertained in some kind of like zombie apocalypse situation like that. It wouldn't be great entertainment though. It is just movies, TV, music, and a limited selection certainly there compared to the entirety of, say, Amazon Prime or Netflix or Hulu, despite the fact that, honestly, if you start to filter all of those streaming services down to things that actually interested you, the collection that I have locally is not particularly much smaller than what any of those streaming services have. And I've never gotten around to actually working on my servers, so a larger selection, even if I could find a larger selection of things, would be not much bigger. Of course, this scenario is a very rare scenario where the internet just goes out. I mean, it is effectively either your modem breaks or you don't pay your internet bill, and that certainly would be a nightmare. I don't have unlimited internet on my phone, so once my internet goes out, I have only about 5 gigabytes. That's less than 48 hours of data if I'm watching YouTube, and that's where the vast majority of my data goes on a day-to-day basis. Let's go ahead and scroll up and down the concurrent chart as I talk here. So yeah, it is a very weird situation. Now, the next more likely situation of zombie apocalypse levels, of falling out of tech addiction levels, I don't know what you really could call it, what a good term there would be, is that your power goes out. And I've been in those situations over the past few years, and it is not good at all, because your power goes out, you don't know when it's coming back in. All of a sudden then, even if you did have things locally on a phone instead of what I have a hard drive plugged into my router, which is running mini DLNA to stream the footage and the movies, TVs, and things like that. Once your power goes out, the router's going to go out. Even if you did have like a battery backup, that's only going to last a brief few minutes, not enough to watch even a TV episode or really listen to a full album of a song. And then your phone will have battery, but you're going to want to save that battery completely, so you're not going to want to start doing things that would drain it out. Plus, the vast majority of things on your phone still require some level of internet, and so if the power is out, depending on the situation, there's a decent chance the cell towers are also going to be out. So in that scenario, that typically also happens when it's wintry. So your heater is out and you're concerned potentially of just freezing to death. which is a real danger. In that scenario, you really have very little entertainment, or I have very little emergency entertainment. I'm not a big book collector per se, so that's really where you're going to get down to, is you either are going to be reading books, or, I mean, if you had a hand-cranked Victrola and a bunch of records, maybe you could do that, but nobody really has something like that where it's winding up some kind of device, some kind of music box or something like that, a player piano that's foot pedal powered, things like that. Your entertainment falls close to zero, pretty much just books. And when you start to go back and digress into the level of technology, it certainly explains why books have been very popular for, I would argue, potentially thousands of years previous, is that it is just this form of entertainment. You can certainly also have other forms of entertainment, such as live performances. Of course, that inherently requires you to have somebody around you who can be a live performer, which there aren't too many of those people in particular. Yeah, you could talk, you can tell stories, things like that, but do people these days in 2025 really talk or tell stories? So yeah, your entertainment falls down to almost zero once you don't have electricity. And then you start just getting into disaster scenarios once you start losing other things too. If all of a sudden you don't have access to water, you're in a huge disaster story. Running water to flush toilets or just drinkable water. If you don't have access to housing, that's hugely dangerous and unhealthy. I literally opened my front door one day, and it was just such a chill and so cold that all the heat rushed out of my house, and I literally just picked up a package on my front doorstep and then closed the door, and I was shivering and feeling sick immediately from that. Now, perhaps that is an argument that people will make, that maybe I'm running my house too warm, but they're there that when it is cold, to have your house be a thermal battery, just holding as much heat as possible for as long in case the power goes out, makes a lot more sense. Now, they'll tell you not to do that. They'll tell you to turn down your air conditioner, your heaters, and things like that. The electricity company will, because they only care about a reduction on usage and stress on the grid, because that costs them more money. But for the individual who is trying to, why did the network just disconnect and reconnect? Interesting. For the individual who is trying to survive, having your heater to a slightly higher than comfortable setting makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I do have a new modem set up, obviously, because I have the internet going, and for a second there I thought it wasn't going to work, but it was just updating. But yeah, if something weird was happening because of all of that, that would be very weird. I don't know how or why, but it is odd that as soon as I really connected it in pass-through mode to my own router, it seemed like it just automatically turned off the local Wi-Fi that it offers. Which, yeah, I wish that would happen more, certainly. Because it is kind of become a problem, particularly on the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum, for routers to just be out there broadcasting Wi-Fi networks that potentially are just not being used at all, and yet they're sending out beacons and muddying up the frequency spectrum with noise fairly frequently. But yeah, there's a lot of weirdness, certainly with AT&T fiber, that a lot of the settings are controllable and adjustable, whether you want them to be or not, by AT&T servers. They can kind of do whatever they want to the routers. It's certainly one of those cases where you don't really own it. You're probably just leasing it, and certainly AT&T fiber also has been creeping up the price. It has like an introductory price at its lowest tier of like $45, and it has creeped up on me to like $85 a month, and it's going up more by another $5 for everybody in November. So yeah, that's kind of expensive, even though I do use the internet a lot. So I have a lot to do today because I'm so far behind. So thought Yu-Gi-Oh! Here was going to show something, but I guess not. They're still doing their event, their login event for their 3rd anniversary, but that doesn't really matter. So yeah, we have effectively now 1 extra day's worth of news, and 1 extra day's worth of news is we're scrolling down this day in history. We'll go through the past couple days and show those off as far as what happened in the past from Moby Games. Yeah, 1 extra days of news is kind of a lot. We've been getting more and more news lately anyways, so I do need to definitely rush today. So yeah, I've had this little adventure, the unexpected, unwelcome adventure of the internet breaking. Fortunately, it got fixed fairly quickly. Meanwhile, as far as other things I've been doing, I'm still cleaning, decluttering more and more. Right now I'm going through Christmas stuff, which I never really valued Christmas decorations in the first place, and I think inherently in an estate sale or garage sale these days, you're going to see just how much people previously overpaid for Christmas decorations. It logically makes no sense to me to have more than the most minimal Christmas decorations, unless you're just going to go all in on it, and I'm not going to blame somebody if you want to go all in it and just decorate 24/7, 365. Just always have Christmas decorations set up in your house. If you are a super Christmas fan, you're going to be labeled a weirdo, certainly, but I'm not going to hold it against you. At least then you're getting usage out of what is a lot of kind of ridiculous tat, for lack of a better phrase. Just ridiculous decorations. The LED lights and Christmas lights, the garland. I can see the garland a little bit if you wanted just to bring the outside inside in a house. People have houseplants. People have plastic houseplants. It's not that crazy for garland to be around. Perhaps the garland, if it was less thematic and just more kind of year-round feeling, you wouldn't even really notice. Tinsel is kind of crazy. In no other way do we decorate with tinsel other than Christmas. Assuming you decorate with Christmas. Christmas trees are unique. Again, people have plastic plants, but most people don't have plastic plants that you wrap ribbons and ornaments on and lights on. And so just what you're doing with the Christmas tree makes it really stand apart. And the general cut, size, and shape of a Christmas tree really makes it stand out different from any other kind of plastic tree or plastic plant you might have. Generally speaking, I guess we don't have plastic trees in houses. We have plastic plants. At best, you could see that. But then there's just a whole bunch of mantle decorations, whereas throughout the rest of the year you probably won't do anything with the mantle. Tree skirts, table runners, tablecloths, all uniquely, exclusively for Christmas. This is true. A lot of these things are true for certainly other holidays. If you have a whole set of like Easter decorations and a whole set of Thanksgiving decorations too, you just really are investing a ton of money and frankly effort to do all that kind of decorating. It is certainly screaming to a past era in which you would have house parties and you'd have people over and you'd have big family get-togethers that were anything that were way more formal than what most people would do as far as family get-together these days, which is just to have a barbecue, maybe put out a plastic tablecloth for a birthday party. But we've really minimalized and trivialized parties to the right level, in my opinion, because all of that is just party stores selling you garbage that you don't really need. But yeah, when all is said and done, I think my house is going to be just overflowing with Christmas decorations, none of which I really want. Like, I don't want to decorate for Christmas. I have some Christmas themed Christmas Village Lego sets, and I got into that. So already there is that aspect, and so there might be an occasional thing here and there that would synergize with that Christmas Lego sets, but probably not, because I really don't want to mix anything non-Lego with the Lego. But yeah, that's kind of it, and you get this dual value of Legos in that they're play sets and toys, and you get to assemble them, and it can be thematic in Christmas theme or thematic in several other ways. And so you get that extra value there, with the slight loss of value in that a Lego set is still going to look like a Lego set. It's not going to be highly polished, fancy looking. But for me, I'm not particularly looking for fancy looking. So yeah, that's what I've been doing as far as cleaning and decluttering. But then I've also been doing some rewiring. I put in motion sensing 3-way switches into my hall that connected to Tuya, and thank goodness they did. It was certainly a nightmare to figure out the 3-way wiring in my house, because as far as I can tell, I have either had an illegal 3-way wiring, in that there's about 5 different ways you can do a 3-way switch. The 3-way being that there's a switch at the bottom of the stairs and a switch at the top of the stairs, or switch at the front of the hall, switch at the back of the hall. That's what they mean by 3-way. I don't know why they don't call that 2-way, but they call it 3-way. There is basically no 2-way terminology ever used. There's 1-way and 3-way and 4-way. 4-way being there would be a third switch in there. 1-way would be there's only one switch. But there's about 5 different ways you can wire that, and it will technically work. Only about 2 of them are legal to code anywhere in the United States, and your local jurisdiction may very well bring that down to just 1-way, which is the way standards really should bring it and take it, is that there really should be only 1 way to do it, and 1 way only. As best as I can figure, I had a dead-end 3-way, which is, I think, technically one of the 2 ways you can do it, but not the 1 way you really should do it. Which, in that, there was also a whole bunch of other wiring going to other outlets and things, just crammed into what are the smallest of switch boxes you can get called one gang switches. But what it effectively meant is that at the back of my hall there was not really a way to send power directly from the hot wire, the electrified wire, to the light bulb. All it was really doing when originally set up was deciding whether it was going to send electricity to one point of the switch in the front of the hall or another point. And maybe that really isn't a dead end switch, or well, maybe it is. I'm not even sure what you really would have called it, but it certainly is a weird situation where I had to move the wires around and make sure that because of these smart three-way switches with motion sensors, they have to always have a hot wire and they all have to have a neutral. I got lucky there. There were neutrals tucked into the back not being used. All I had to do is then connect these new smart switches to the neutrals in using my Wagyu connection bars, which is my preference. Although I did break one Wagyu connection bar too, so that almost made a nightmare for me. I broke it because I was trying to use a tiny little screwdriver to flip the switch, and it broke the plastic on the flip. Oh, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break here very early, and we really didn't get as far anywhere here. So in the end, we'll show off my chart here. To make a long story short, I ended up wiring the new three-way switches, which have a special signal wire because they're smart switches that you wouldn't normally have, in such a way that when you press the switch in the back, it sends a signal to the switch in the front, which then actually sends electricity to the light bulb, which works in most scenarios but doesn't actually work in the case of the motion sensor automatically triggering things until you set up the Wi-Fi, which then it will work. Inherently, in my way, I set the back switch was not sending any, it was capping off the red wire, which is the load wire, where electricity normally would go to a light bulb. It was just capping off that cord and saying don't send anything there, although that wire is still hot, so you can't just leave it in the box or it would electrify the box. And then it was sending signal through what is their special signal wire, which is yellow. The way these switches are set up, and that they're really good so far as I can tell, as far as settings, Intuya, and how they work. The way I probably should have set it up is sent the red wire on the back switch through the signal wire to the yellow wire on the front switch, and then it would have worked without the Wi-Fi. But once I got the Wi-Fi working, it worked anyway, so it kind of didn't matter. Yeah, and so that's the abridged version of my disaster. Well, it wasn't a disaster, it was just a lot of work to rewiring two switches. Anyways, I'm gonna have to pause this recording and take a break. Apologies for that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, I gotta really say though, I'm already loving the motion sensors in the hallway. Just being able to walk out of my room, have the motion sensor immediately turn on the lights in the hall without having to touch the light switch and get it dirty, which is inherently like an issue, certainly, is that light switches get dirty and you really want to clean them. Whether you're germophobic about it or not, it doesn't even really matter. It's like they will physically get dirty, particularly light switches and door handles around bathrooms. So it is just super nice to be able to adjust the amount of time it stays on, walk out of my room, have the hall lights come on, run, walk to the bathroom, close the door, at which point, or even if I left the door open for some crazy reason, I don't think the motion sensor, which happens to be able to see the bathroom door on the back switch, would even be able to see through the door by that much. So then the lights go off in the hall, and then as soon as I open the bathroom door, the lights come back on, and then I don't have to touch the light switch with my hands potentially being wet after washing them and getting the back light switch potentially dirty. Normally what would have happened in another case is I would have walked out in the hall, I would have turned on the lights, left the lights on the whole time. Not that this was really going to save me a ton of electricity. I already have LED bulbs, so that they're already not really spending that much. But it is just, here's one less thing you have to do, here's one less thing you have to touch, here's one less thing you have to clean, is one more tiny convenience. But that's not really the reason why I even got them. The reason I got them is very often I would get very sleepy very quickly, and I would go to sleep and fall asleep in the bed, and I would leave my bedroom door open, and then I would see I've left the lights in the hall on. And so now I am lacking that perfectly dark environment to sleep in, and I'm too tired to actually get up out of bed to go turn off the light switch or shut the door. So that was the reason I really got him, is I wanted to be able to turn off the lights that in that scenario where you're already comfortable in bed. But yeah, I'm loving the added features and functionality there. And if it's something you love, then it's probably worth the money. Like, inherently, many people are going to make the argument it's not worth the money. Many people are going to make an argument it definitely isn't worth the money if you have to hire an electrician to do it, to wire it. Which, in this case, you might need an electrician with a three-way setup. Particularly if you just don't know electricity, house wiring at all. Here's the never-changing, really, chart of mine. But yeah, if it makes you happy, then I'd say go with it. It's not even really the scenario in a lot of cases that would be best for many people. There definitely is another scenario if you don't care about the motion sensing. The motion sensors in particular could be in a better situation used in bigger school-like facilities, office-like facilities, where you could have giant groups and adjust things in such a way where you might have 4 or 5 different entryways into a large bullpen type area, or rows of cubicles, and all of those might want to trigger a much longer timer for the lights to stay on, say an hour or something. I'm not 100% sure that it re-triggers when it sees motion. I assume it does, otherwise that would be very weird. Somebody walks into an office and then it tells the lights to be on for an hour, and then over the course of the next 45 minutes more people walk into the office, and that doesn't reset the hour. Clearly it should reset the hour at that point and wait until it sees no motion anywhere in larger groups. I guess what I would have to do to test that is, since I have it set for a minute, is just stand in front of it and dance around for a couple of minutes and see if the lights stay on or not. Apparently there's some new content coming to Cluedo, which probably doesn't need new content. We'll look at that in a second. But yeah, for a lot of scenarios, since these light switches don't have dimmers, and that is the one thing I wish it did have, is the ability to dim. But you're better off, frankly, having dimming per bulb anyways, because then that opens up a whole new world in which you can have hot spots and cold spots, or you can have bulbs that are pointing towards a wall or an uplight or pointing towards a painting, and individually adjust the potential color of a white cell, whether it's cool, warm, neutral white, or color as in red, green, blue on a bulb. And that's just something no one individual Hall switch would be able to control. So you can make all kinds of custom things there by individually controlling it. Of course, you're doubling up on the number of potential smart devices, which eventually your Wi-Fi will collapse if you're using Wi-Fi. It would be nice if the light switches were Zigbee, but pretty much anything that is going to be hardwired and always powered up is going to go with the cheaper... Is this new? I don't think it is. Wi-Fi connection standard. It's just easier to sell than having to have a Zigbee hub. And so, yeah, while you might find light bulbs that use Zigbee, and I would recommend using Zigbee light bulbs, anything else that's powered. Interesting, Steam Deck is way down here too. Low sales on the Steam Deck this week. Yeah, anything powered is going to be Wi-Fi. Now that doesn't inherently mean you can't do some amazing things with the smart devices combined though. Where you could have a red, green, blue type bulb on the same circuit as the motion sensors, and you can have them work together. Those are scenarios where you would want the bulbs to potentially be dimmer at night, but still not just be on all the time. Which individually, if you just put smart bulbs into a Hall switch and left the Hall switch on all the time, you could have dimmable bulbs timed to become night lights, go off, come on at certain times, change colors at certain times, things like that. But you can't notice whether somebody's actually there and save a little bit of electricity in that case. And that might freak out pets, where at the proper height, I imagine these motion sensors cannot detect pets either. Like, the way they're shaped doesn't really give me the impression that anybody below 3 feet would be seen. But yeah, they do have a nice wide angle left and right. Oh yeah, this did just come out. Interesting, seems with little fanfare, and I'm very shocked at its well reception. I just don't think the previous 2 bundles. Let's look at 1 and 3 and see how that's being received nowadays. I don't think the first bundle of remastered was particularly well received. So do I have anything else more to say about the dumb Hall lights? I'm rambling and just working on it. Unfortunately, I was working on putting a dimmer on a new bathroom vanity I'm installing, and that's not going well. There's something about this dimmer that seems to either be broken or seems to be designed in a completely different way than what I was expecting, where it doesn't seem like it is just capable of maintaining settings. Like, I'll try and change the settings and it will just go back to being 100% brightness. It just jumps back to 100% every time, and it never, even as I'm changing the settings, which mostly on the Tuya smart bulbs, when you're turning the brightness down, it instantly updates. That's just not happening. So I have a smart vanity that has the ability to be turned on and off, but it's not doing any of the dimming that I really wanted, and I went out of my way to have dimming be a function here. Arguably it might be the vanity light itself, and I should have potentially just had one with smarts built into the vanity instead of trying to have it be two separate devices, which is a good suggestion always, is to just have a already tested all-in-one solution, which is my next thought. And for these smart dimmer controllers that you would put in the back of a bathroom vanity into the electrical box, they're difficult to reach and adjust and reset, certainly because they're in the wall, and they tend to seem like they're all designed to work with our radio frequency remotes instead of any kind of Zigbee remote that would go through the Zigbee network and actually communicate through maybe a Zigbee hub. In a different attempt, as far as I was trying to set up things, I have about 3 devices now, that none of which are super cheap. They're about $20 each at least. I have a remote that has this Motorola TouchLink technology, which will let it directly connect to other TouchLink technology, which there aren't too many devices there, and I wouldn't recommend really going with that in the future. But the remote only really connects to a light socket, which the light socket was wrong too, and I couldn't get that to work. So now I have a remote that will work with a light socket that I can put somewhere else to work. But for the very weird wiring, and 100% all of this is because the wiring in my house was done wrong. The light switch that is powering 3 different things, 2 outlets and a bath medicine cabinet with its own mirrors, is also the light switch that was controlling the vanity. And honestly, I'm not even sure this vanity is going to work because it may be too deep into the wall and not anywhere as far forward as it needs to be. I might need to have somebody literally just build a box and bring it forward for it to be in the right position, which that's not going to look great if it's done that way. But yeah, so yeah, my bathroom remodeling project, which was supposed to be somewhat simple, is going through a nightmare scenario, and now I'm just waiting for a new dimmer device to come in to try that. And with that, the radio frequency remotes look like TV remotes. They have a lot more features, but they don't fit nicely into where a wall switch would go. They're just not designed to it. And so there is this kind of weird revolution that is probably going to happen, where you're going to see more and more smart switches that prefer to just have a remote that you just stick on a wall instead of having a switch that you typically would see, which is, it's already been that way, where the old thin flip switches that go up and down are very much out and not approved as far as ADA, the American Disabilities Act. And instead what they prefer are the square flip switches like that, which most smart devices are going to use the square flip switches because that's going to just be in line with the giant amount of extra circuitry that is going to be in the back of those switches anyways. But even from that, there is now an evolution where people are going to promote the idea of smaller buttons and dials and things that just style-wise aren't going to match what the old switches look like. And that certainly can be a nightmare where you have old flip switch styles and then new flip switch styles, and potentially even a remote control. The remote control logically is the right move. It's just nobody is going to really appreciate that move. If there was just a holder, then a remote control, where a remote control is supposed to be on the wall, you may very often find that the remote isn't in the holder and it's just lost. But it does give you certainly the opportunity, if you're shorter, if you're disabled, if you're in bed, to have those kinds of switches. But very much you end up doubling up and wanting a switch on the wall and potentially something you can control with another controller, whether it's on your phone, which would be the default logic for smart switches, or just a secondary remote, which you certainly could do that too, is you could have one remote on the wall and one remote on a bed stand. Okay, let's move on. I'm a lot of ways. Was I wrong about this, or did they just fix it? Because now it's very positive. I might be just wrong. I guess I was just wrong. Originally, there was a whole bunch of negative reviews at the first launch, but it's certainly was overwhelmed by a whole bunch of positive reviews too, and lately you're not seeing any big bursts of negative reviews. Perhaps I had some underlying just lack of interest in Lara Croft remasters, or perhaps I was listening to some YouTuber who had a unpopular opinion. Or it is very possible that I felt some subconscious frustration in that these remasters are probably just going to be buffers and excuses as to why the next Lara Croft game is going to be more delayed or different. So yeah, then Clue 2016 Suspect Pack coming soon. By the way, I'm pretty sure Steam said you're not allowed to do this anymore, that you can't have extra text advertisements in a logo to try and catch people's attention. Of course, it may be the case that this company has some kind of special agreement that's unique with Valve. Overall, this one is better reviewed than the previous Clue, and I can't help but wonder if some of that literally has to do with just Hasbro not being on the branding anywhere. Certainly, though, I still think it is the case where you would have to get a different it's weird, this one turns their head, but none of the other characters move. So it is an animated GIF, but they only animated one character. But yeah, that certainly is a different group of people, and so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some DLC that has to be spent on to get a more classic set of characters. Although it is also probably somewhat crazy to really care that much. It is really more of a just more of a nostalgia thing. Maybe that's why Hasbro is not here. This says 2016, by the way, so they literally just haven't updated the logo to follow the new standards in 9 years. So there, I don't know if there's actually any new content. Wow, no. This says 2016 and it says coming soon. They never came out with new characters. And so you have a very well received group of Clue characters on a well received Clue game, but doesn't seem like you're ever really going to get quite the traditional artwork from the Hasbro games in this case. I can't help but wonder if this game, which we'll look at here in a second, just really replaced this game. Well, I'm super confused here. This says August 23rd, 2023 was when the game comes out. And yet the 2016 Suspect Pack implies that it must have been released somewhere else, or that they are going back to 2016 era characters. This is a 2018 released game from the same people. So maybe they are bringing the suspects from this game. But this game in particular was not well received, by me at least. I guess I'm wrong about that too. Just because of the microtransactions to unlock characters. The classic characters, which are definitely not trying to promote or push classic characters. Well, that definitely leaves me fairly confused as far as what is going on here. How can you promise something labeled the 2016 Suspect Pack when your game came out after 2016? The iconic 2016 Cluedo characters make their grand return. So yeah, this is still coming, but that's just really, really weird labeling. And yeah, I don't think I'm being particularly dense here. I do question though whether you're actually even really playing Clue here. It does seem like you are, but it also seems like there might just be a completely different mode. There's another board game, and it's more of a physical board game, so I'm not sure if there is a digital version of that that you could find. I think it was the original version. I think was called 13 Dead End Drive, and then the re-release I believe was called 1313 Dead End Drive. And yeah, I'm not seeing either one of those. Let's see, 1313 Dead End Drive. I'm not going to become a board game YouTuber, but there is one that I do follow, and I am trying to learn more and more about classic board games, since they do have some kind of competition, if not connection, to some games. Let's see if I can find an image here that shows. So this is the upgraded version of it, and instead of trying to find out who the killer is and doing a murder mystery, it takes it in the opposite direction and cartoonily has you try and kill off your opponent's characters. You swap potentially at points who you actually have in as characters you're controlling, and it's a much more simple thing where you roll the dice that lets you move your character into certain positions. Certain positions are within range of triggering a death trap, such as the statue here, dropping down and killing the character, or this moose head here dropping down and killing the character. And then the rules are slightly different in 1313 to make it a little bit more complicated, a little bit longer, but it does take an interesting twist on Clue instead of 13 Dead End Drive, which is a slightly older board game, arguably slightly bigger, slightly more square in its movements. This one has a detective here that is slowly moving to the door, and so the game ends if the detective makes it to the door, and the game ends if your character you control makes it to the exit. And then there are just slightly more traps. There's still a statue trap here that will fall on you, but several of the other traps were slightly changed and implemented. Kind of a great example of board games, though, where the actual physical pieces and the physical actions have that special appeal. So making a digital version of this is going to be very much more of a nostalgic play, and I don't think that many people are that nostalgic. You probably barely get enough sales even with a fairly popular game like Clue or Monopoly to justify making a digital version of that. And in the past, I would have made the mistake of saying Board Game Simulator could recreate a game like this, and while it probably could, actually implementing and recreating it would be a nightmare in Board Game Simulator. So yeah, there's perhaps a case here where spending $10 to $15 to buy the physical version of this makes more sense than ever trying to have a digital version of it, and it makes more sense for the creators of these games not to make a digital version of it. On the other hand, though, Hasbro probably has a ton of money, so it would make a lot of sense if they just had a team always converting all of their board games into digital formats, and that any new board game they release would have some kind of digital format element connected to it, even if they were just kind of cross-promoting their biggest Monopoly style games. There's tons of things that have Monopoly in the name that aren't really Monopoly. But if you're a younger player, physical player, you might do better to play a board game than try to learn the digital game. Although you'd have to be particularly young for kids not to be able to figure out a digital game easier. Of course, this also has the powers out solution of entertainment, or the internet's out solution of entertainment, where you could certainly be a big board game fan and have a bunch of board games. But even in that, most big board game fans that I know of tend to only play their favorite board games frequently, and the rest of their games tend to be played once or twice and then put back in the box. And a lot of board games, as we'll scroll down the Hall of Fame, this is not video game related, are kind of more modern, more of the German style board games of a whole new generation. They definitely aren't here in the Hall of Fame highlighting Monopoly, which is one of the worst board games ever, or Clue, or even really old things like chess, which I'd argue is not too different from a board game. And they're including Magic the Gathering here, and that's not even a board game. So yeah, if you were going to be a board game reviewer, this would be a fairly good list from my understanding to go through. There have been digital versions of things like Ticket to Ride. That being said, a lot of those games too that I've played, I've found particularly uninteresting after a while. Let's see if there's any refurbed Steam Decks available. Seems like the answer to that is no. Then that can bring us to the Video Games Chronicles, and weirdly, we are, according to my clock, only a few minutes over an hour and 11 minutes. Actual recorded footage, because I took a long bathroom break, is actually only 55 minutes. So, even taking a break, I managed to get to the video game news after about an hour of warm-up, which I don't know why I'm patting myself on the back for that. Suppose I should also say I'm still playing Memento Mori. They've got new character and new stuff to do. I think I literally missed one day because the internet was out and I was just slow to get around to doing one of the dailies, which won't really hurt me that long. There isn't actually a streak function that goes out in Memento Mori. Still playing Pokemon Pocket. They're still cycling in new stuff. Not particularly anything too interesting there to say. And yeah, cleaning house, rewiring house is all I've been able to really do. I wasn't able to be on the internet, so working on a email sign-up sheet concept, playing around with that. I've taken a break from it, and already I can feel I'm moving on to another project in my mind. So, man, I really am just like a master at getting 90% of the way done and then getting bored and moving on to something else. It's terrible habit. Yeah, but yeah, I wasn't able to be online on the internet to work on any of that, so hopefully I can get back to that. Anyways, let's go through the Video Games Chronicle news to start with. Let's see. Sony reportedly may not have a full PS5 summer showcase. They're considering a smaller state of play instead, it's claimed. Well, this is from Jeff Grubb, and I never really trust the rumors from Jeff Grubb, considering he's flippant in the past. He's made himself obvious that he's flippant in the past as far as accuracy and really caring about what he says. I think you probably get that problem when you hire somebody specifically to be the breaking news, rumors, and speculation guy, where every week he's just supposed to stream out or have a new article of rumors and speculation in an industry like video games, where you're not gonna every week actually have rumors and speculation worth mentioning. Also, you get that problem when Giant Bomb is definitely just a massive shell of what it once was and not something worth watching anymore. It took me years to realize it, and even longer to finally get away from caring about Giant Bomb. But yeah, certainly things like Giant Bomb in their heyday, X-Play in their heyday, influenced me and a lot of other people probably to be content creators and video game reviewers, but they all crashed and burned eventually. Overall, though, without going into any further details, which I really don't have time to go into any details today, Um, it's believable. I really don't expect that out of nowhere Sony is going to announce a whole bunch of new games that are going to come out in the back half of 2025. Furthermore, Sony is decreasing in the amount of competition it really has, as I just saw a post on Reddit saying that Xbox hardware has hit rock bottom as far as their sales, which is also very believable. Like, why would you buy a Series X or Series S at the moment? Things are very expensive, and there's no major system sellers, and there's no sales. It is President's Day sales time in the United States, but video games don't tend to be on sale during President's Day. Washers and dryers and things like that might be on sale, and this might be one of the last chances you might have in which you can buy something slightly cheaper before there is just going to be this increasing momentum for companies to charge more, blaming tariffs, whether the tariffs actually are affecting them or not. A lot of companies would have bought things in raw materials pre-tariffs and then have them in warehouses, but once those warehouses run out, the prices might skyrocket up. Plus, even if the company bought things pre-tariffs and saved some money there, that doesn't mean that they aren't going to just jack up the prices and blame tariffs anyways. You can pretty much bet that any company that can get away with it is going to find any kind of excuse to raise prices that they have and use that excuse to just raise prices. So yeah, in a lot of ways I wouldn't be surprised though if it's too late even now to buy any kind of refrigerators, washers, dryers, ovens, things like that, and get any kind of good deal. Fortunately for most people, you don't need to buy those too often anyways, so you can definitely cross your fingers and hope that nothing breaks. Of course, I'm supposed to be talking about video games. Sony still has competition against Nintendo and the Switch 2, but the Switch 2 in itself is just going to be offering such a different thing that Sony can easily say we don't need a summer showcase, or we can't have a summer showcase, and the Switch 2 really isn't going to affect that too much anyways. Mostly Sony's fate is in its own hand under its new leadership to sign new deals and get new agreements for games to be in development. And that's something I would like to see happen way more often in the video game industry, is when there's a new person in charge, that within a few months of that new person being in charge, there'll be a whole bunch of new projects that are greenlit as far as new games being developed. But it doesn't seem like it really happens. Instead, it's kind of more like the movie industry, where you can either cancel immediately the previous person in charge's projects and say those were dumb ideas, and if they succeed I wouldn't get the credit for them anyway, so you can just cancel them. Or if it is a project that looks like it might actually succeed, you can stick with it and then roll the dice, and if that project succeeds, you can take all the credit anyways, even if it wasn't your idea to approve it. Or if it fails, you can blame the previous person. What you don't see in the movie industry though is when a new person is in charge, for there to be a massive glut of spending and new projects starting, when I would hope to think that that's the case. Oh, I did want to mention in the catch-up section too, that I watched the Muppets, which is, I believe, like the 6th movie in the Muppets series, and I watched The Muppets Most Wanted, which is a little direct sequel, just happening seconds after the events of the first The Muppets movie. So then watched in comparison Muppet Treasure Island, a much older Muppet movie that probably was actually directed by Jim Henson. And yeah, I would say Muppet Treasure Island feels very much more like a Muppet movie than Muppets Most Wanted or The Muppets. The Muppets in particular I felt like an incredibly sad movie that just canonically locks in that Kermit lost contact for one reason or another with all the other Muppet friends and was just sad and lonely, and every other Muppets all lost contact with each other and they were just sad and lonely. And it's just like, why would you, in the first half of that movie, establish that instead of giving a happily ever after ending, the Muppets got the worst case scenario ending, just so you have to go on a road trip to bring them all together and really try and redo the events of the first Muppet movie. And honestly, at one point I felt like they were kind of going to do the ending of UHF again, which wouldn't have been a terrible ending, but it didn't really happen. Instead, it ends on a bad ending too, where they don't actually accomplish their goal at all. And yeah, they introduce one new Muppet character who is just really a fanboy character, and two human characters that I guess the human characters don't even show up in the Muppets Most Wanted, so they didn't really matter. One thing I can say about the new Muppet movies in particular is there's just less new Muppets and more reliance on the same most recognizable Muppets. I don't think the Muppeteering and puppeteering is particularly great for the new movies. I think there's just a loss there of Jim Henson not directly teaching new puppeteers to be good puppeting, so that the skill seems like it is just being lost. In particular, not very ambitious, the new movies compared to the old movies. Much more bright and cartoony, whereas Muppet Treasure Island definitely feels like it is more shot on film, on actual sets. There's a lot more humans involved in it, and when the humans are involved, it makes a lot of sense to contrast that from the Muppets. A lot more secondary Muppets in Muppet Treasure Island. A lot more singing, and I would say the singing and songs are very much in Treasure Island more varied than the song types, making the whole thing feel very much like a Broadway musical play, which is definitely in the feel of what it should be. It should be fun and silly. Whereas later Muppet movies, it's like they're more excuses for somebody to do a cameo, some celebrity to show up, which happens too much in the new ones, and to do a song and dance number closer to maybe more modern musicals like La La Land or something like that. But weirdly, you never see in the new Muppets movies Miss Piggy go hi-ya and punch Kermit. You never see Kermit going yay and waving his hands in the air and running down the hallway. You don't see most of the Muppets even laugh out loud. And so there's really just personality differences there. Much like my Super Mario Bros. Movie review, which I think it is now steadied off to not likely get a ton more views in a short amount of time. It probably will just slowly get more and more views over time. But yeah, it definitely feels like the new Muppet movies, which these are not particularly even that new, are for a completely different audience, and they definitely were treating the Muppets like they were this very old, very forgotten, nostalgic thing. And maybe they're a little forgotten, but not that much. Like, they're from the 80s, and they were treating them like they were from the 50s or 60s. And then it's like, no, I think most people know what a Muppet is. Sesame Street's still on TV, and so with that connection, most people would probably still know who Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy are. Maybe really young kids wouldn't know, but their parents definitely would be aware of them. But yeah, it definitely just feels like Brian Henson. There was, as I recall, there was kind of a long period there where either no Henson was really in charge of the Muppets, or the Muppets just weren't really doing anything. And even now it feels like Brian Henson is kind of in charge of the Muppets, although Disney may still own them technically. Now they own them. And it just feels like they're not doing enough to maintain content. And there certainly has been cases like Muppets Haunted Mansion, where that thing can barely make 49 minutes in length, and feels like it was cut in half and just shoved out on TV as an advertisement of the Haunted Mansion ride in Disneyland. Or is that Disney World? I think it might be Disney World. Actually, I think there's two of them for each. But yeah, in that one, there's barely no people in it, and it's all shot on green screen, and it's just like you definitely could have shoved a whole bunch more musical numbers into it, had a B plot, which oddly, yeah, Muppet Treasure Island, there's a whole Rats on Vacation B plot that's going on to just have some more Muppets and have a second story going on, where the new Muppet Show, there's no B plots at all. It's literally you're following Kermit for the entirety of the movie. Muppets Most Wanted, kind of a B plot, but not really much of it of a B plot either. But yeah, it just definitely feels like Brian Henson does not have that same artistic vision that Jim Henson had, and in a lot of ways it feels like the Muppets literally just died the second Jim Henson died. And part of that may very well be the case that they still are just doing Kermit the Frog, and maybe they do need to just make a whole new generation of Muppets with a whole new generations of puppeteers who can put their own personality into puppets, if there's going to be any success there, which there very possibly is not going to be any success there. Alright, I am getting extremely distracted at a time where I'm already a day late and probably $1 short too. So let's focus on the news, if I can possibly make myself focus on the news. Sony's PS5 live service title Fair Game has reportedly slipped. Haven Studios' debut title is reportedly now targeting a release next year. I don't even recall this game called Fair Game $. And I would assume that it's not actually going to have that title. Let's see. FC 25 players can now claim the free icon card. I'm sure FC players will be interested in that. Elden Ring's Night Rain's network test is down as thousands try to log on. First day of the Elden Ring closed network test has faced huge issues. Arguably for a network test, though, that can be very informative. Of course, this probably highlights an issue where far too many people sign up for these network tests, not because they want to actually test the network and help make the game better, but because they just want to get early access to the game or become skilled by having an early advantage to play the game before most people can play the game. And certainly that highlights an issue where a network test is probably a weird thing to do for a video game. It might make more sense if there was just a little program that you would run on your computer and volunteer to run to test networks that wouldn't actually let you as the player control anything. Of course, that really wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison at that point if you did just have a program where it was just scripted actions being played for you. Let's see. AI game development split factions. Joseph Ferry says developers should work with and not against technology. The Hazel Haslight boss thinks AI could have a bigger impact than the internet. It might have a bigger impact than the internet. It might not be a good impact, though. This is once again a CEO type boss making the only slightly bold statement out loud that he would prefer AI was increased in the development of games, so he can obviously lay off more people and put more money into the pockets of the shareholders, almost certainly including himself. This is clearly not an argument that any true artist with half a brain would make, and it really just comes down to that. There is very little nuance on this subject. Anybody who is artistic who is truly artistic is going to want to be able to control their own creations, and even if you were using AI in the early steps of creating your art, you're likely not going to have enough control to get something that you really want. You are just compromising yourself at every step. As far as if AI gave you a rough pencil sketch of an image, then your artistic creation isn't really your creation. You're just modifying and altering somebody else's creation. And then if you, in a later step, throw in something that you did hand pencil sketch in Photoshop, let's say, but then you throw AI to do the coloring in it, well, your creation now has been altered and modified using AI, which, let's face it, AI is almost always stealing other people's copyrighted creations without it properly attributing them. But yeah, no longer is the project 100% wholly your artistic creation because you've added coloring using some kind of AI element. And so, yeah, I don't think we are anywhere close to artistic people, truly artistic people, agreeing that AI is a good thing, particularly since they know it's going to take their jobs away from them. And artists already have so few opportunities to be employed in the first place. Now, if all of society changes, if the world's priority changes and all of a sudden everybody's just on some kind of universal basic income and nobody really has to work to be comfortable or put food in their belly or housing over their head, then at that point, maybe everybody's just an artist. Maybe the standards are so low that AI doesn't matter. Maybe copyright law gets tossed out and good riddance if that really was to happen. Then that might be a different situation. But even in that situation, you run this huge danger of AI slop just filling the internet and making it impossible for any good art to ever be seen, which we're already at that point, and we don't want to make that worse. And specifically, if we just take a step back to video games, and as video games are now, right now, The last thing we need is AI slop. Unfortunately, it is probably the case that gamers are not going to really do the research, and it's going to be hard to make a movement to say, hey, this game has AI in it, or this game has a CEO who's okay with putting AI in games, so you should boycott this company or boycott this game. I just don't think your average gamer is going to be cool with that. And even Steam and Valve have put out hints that they're not particularly comfortable with AI being in video games just because of the dubious copyright implementations. There is definitely a case where there might be a glut of AI slop games that are put on Steam, and then a copyright claim gets put out in masses, in waves, and you see hundreds, if not thousands, of games just taken down from Steam in one fell swoop just because of AI claims. Moving on, two big Final Fantasy remakes are reportedly still in active development. Final Fantasy remakes have been in the works for years. Wouldn't be surprised. Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, for a company as big as Square Enix, it definitely, for the Final Fantasy series, makes a lot of sense that there's some level of development, but active development might be one person who's technically in charge of it as much as it might be a huge team that's in charge of it. But yeah, it clearly seems that Square Enix is intent on remastering, remaking many of the Final Fantasy games, if not all of them. All these are specifically remakes, because those are some of the few games that you can probably get some level of guaranteed success to. And in fairness, Square Enix falls apart and really should just go out of business if they can manage to lose their Final Fantasy fans. If nobody cares about Final Fantasy as a brand anymore, then nobody pretty much cares about Square Enix anymore at that point. Let's see. Astrobot wins Game of the Year at the DICE Awards. Indiana Jones, Helldivers 2, and Balercho also won multiple awards on the night. You have to scroll down quickly to see the full winners list. Of course, you run into this whole issue, certainly, where, with the exception of the Game Awards, none of these award shows do a good enough a job of promoting themselves. So, even if you do have a full-on stream event, there's just not enough teasers and trailers that happens out there. Like, here's an example. You see people in actual suits, even though they're not wearing ties, they're wearing coats, so, and slacks. They look fancier. They're being given actual time to speak and not just being played off instantly as far as giving an awards speech. The Game Awards not really even letting many people get on stage to make an acceptance speech, or not having the people in the location to make an acceptance speech. But yeah, as we just kind of jump around here, this is probably a better kind of award show. There's Rob the Robot. They really should build a STEM version of that and come out with a Rob 2.0 for the Switch 2. It's crazy they didn't even do that with the Switch 1. Even if it was just like a cardboard type device. There's the original voice actor of Mario. It's interesting they're presenting things on the presentation. Yeah. This is probably an award show that I would appreciate more than the Game Awards. And yet, I was not aware it even exists. I will say, it still seems to have kind of that same problem where, with maybe the exception of Tekken 8 and Metaphor ReFantazio, most of the winners here seem to be more Western accepted games. Although, in fairness, Astrobot is from a Japanese company, and they do have Metaphor ReFantazio, and Tekken 8 is maybe more globally accepted too. It also runs into the problem of they probably should be giving 3 or 4 awards per category. It's not like they really need more categories, they just need to highlight that video games in general are a bigger tent, and the idea of having one winner is perhaps not logical in the video game industry. It is effectively the difference between having something like a country music awards where you're giving away multiple awards for country music versus having a Grammy style music awards where you would have one category for country music at most. There definitely is room for multiple winners, and just because, in fairness, most gamers even are going to have aspirations to play 2 or 3 games a year. It's not like actually winning does too much for you. So definitely would be beneficial to say multiple winners. I still wish there was a People's Choice Awards that had some relevancy too. That certainly would be nice to solve that issue too. Is to have gamers actually be involved in deciding who wins. Moving on, the English version of Star Fox Artists Omega 6 manga is getting a release date. Dark Horse will be publishing Takaya Imamura's comic, which serves the basis for its upcoming game. So there's a lot of name dropping going on there. This definitely looks like Bender, and I would assume this is inspired by Fry and Leela. But in fairness, this character seems to be fairly unique, and so is this, and so is this. And in fairness, even if this does look a little bit like Bender, he doesn't look a ton like him, and Bender is just a generic robot type character. But yeah, Star Fox Artist almost is a past descriptor now that he has a manga that seems to be the basis of a new game that I suspect may not even be connected to Nintendo as like a second party game anyways. So it might come out on a Switch too, but it might come out on other things. And I certainly wouldn't, as a Star Fox 64 fan, the art there isn't really in line with what I'm seeing here. I would be much more interested in a director-producer who worked on Star Fox's current endeavors, which is perhaps unfair, but it's true too. I don't know what kind of iconic art. Maybe Bayonetta's artist would be about one of the few artists of games that would actually catch my attention as far as what their next projects are. But the vast majority of games are just going for kind of a fairly hyper-realistic and mostly 3D CGI style animations and art anyways. Most games are not doing beautiful vistas and landscapes, or even really planning on you looking at the characters too much. Even when we do talk about interesting, unique art styles in video games like Borderlands, it it is not really to a level where it feels like one person was in charge of that Borderlands art style as much as it was just a team that put some shaders on some characters. Clearly there's a gap in my understanding and observation of artistry in video games, but also I think there's a gap of there just being a wide variety of artistry in there. Persona art style is kind of unique, certainly, too. A lot of small indie games have unique art styles. A lot of 2D visual novels have slight different art styles. But yeah, a lot of times it is very generic, or just going hyper realistic. This whole manga art style is kind of a great example of that. I don't think I've ever seen a video game that looked like this. And in comic book format, this kind of art style, or manga format, this art style might be appreciated a little bit more, whereas this may never ever really get approved for video games. Something like Comic Zone, decades previous, would have been able to have an art style like this, but modern games not so much. We'll keep an eye out for that when we look through all the new games on Steam, which I have a ton of at the end of this stream. Ubisoft CEO says the plan is to focus on open world and live service games year after year, which, okay, that's not really that different from what I think they were already doing at Ubisoft. Of course, there is questions about where Ubisoft is going and if Ubisoft is going somewhere. As far as there was talk of it going private or splitting off in some way. Let's see. I guess Video Games Chronicle has a Let's Play here to show. They're calling it a first play. Watch as we play the opening section of Avowed. Clearly, I don't have time for that, nor do I want to watch their Let's Play on my stream, but maybe that interests somebody. The Star Fox artist obviously must have taken some interviews to promote it. Says he wants the GameCube title Star Fox Assault to be playable on the Switch too. Star Fox Assault turns 20 years old this week, and he wants to see it back. Here we have an example here of a very different art style from what we saw from his manga. And even at that, it still really is just texturing over 3D polygons. I don't think I've ever played Star Fox Assault. And here's a kind of a great example of a pencil sketch of what his artistry would have looked like. And that may very well have just been concept artwork that then was converted by other people into 3D models. Yeah. I don't recall Star Fox Assault. It probably was fine, but clearly it didn't lock into my head. I did have a GameCube, but I'm not sure I got very many GameCube games. It definitely was more of a failure because, in part, Nintendo was just in this cycle of you'd have like the Nintendo 64 as a success, which, yeah, it was a major success there, and then you would have the GameCube as a failure, and then you would have had the Wii as a major success, and it was just an off and on thing. I think the price was a problem. The GameCube coming out too quickly after the Nintendo 64 was a problem. Game titles and lineups were probably a problem. With the exception of Resident Evil 4, I'm not sure I could name a single game for the GameCube that was huge. I really don't have time to do this, but let's just go to Wikipedia and see here. go to Wikipedia for the GameCube. And then let's see if we can find something as far as the software goes. The Waveboard controller is really the predecessor to modern controllers, although still not really getting the button layout right as far as an ABXY, but definitely moving analog sticks downward. The memory cartridge thought is in a lot of ways a predecessor to the micro SD cases of the past. Here we go, list of GameCube games. Top, we'll just go top here. But yeah, the gimmick of the GameCube being small and portable that you could take it from one place to the other falls apart because it doesn't have a screen or a battery built into it, so you're just taking it from one TV to the other. I'm not sure anybody in the West ever really did that, and even in the East, I'm not sure how many people did it. I'm sure the Japanese people appreciated it being smaller than the Nintendo 64's size, although in cubic inches it probably was about the same size. The GameCube definitely failed in having mini CD-ROM discs instead of full-size CD-ROM discs, because then you couldn't play audio music on it, where the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 could play music on it and play DVDs, and that comparison certainly killed it very quickly. Really not a lot of online support for the GameCube in an era where online support would have been starting to be a big thing. I don't know if this really is the top games, or whether it just jumped me to the top of a list here. I think it jumped me to the top of an alphabetical list. I'm a little surprised that there would even have been a Bleach game, but it was only in Japan, so that's not super surprising. The power inside the GameCube, because it was such a small box, was lackluster compared to the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. And that was the real competition that Nintendo would have been going for. I don't believe the GameCube had to compete against the original Xbox. I think that came out later. But in a lot of ways, I guess Donkey Konga was for the GameCube, come to think of it. As far as a gimmick game, that wasn't terrible. But I think a lot of ways it was just a case of, had there been any kind of backward compatibility where you could have taken Nintendo 64 games and plugged it into a GameCube and gotten some kind of advantage there, that would have worked fairly nicely. Instead of the smaller memory cards, had there been a slot where you could have shoved in a Nintendo 64 cartridge and then also had memory cards that were in that same form factor, that might have worked, but then that would have destroyed the size requirements, which is what they were looking for there. There probably was a case where games like Killer 7 might have been somewhat good sellers, and it definitely was probably a case that they were too obsessed with the Nintendo 64 cube loading screen to the point where they made the next console in the same shape as the loading screen, although not actually doing the 3DN. Had the GameCube had the 3DN form factor on it, that might have caught more people's attention. But yeah, people just not super into it. And I'm scrolling down here, just slightly watching this. Metroid Prime and the Prime series may have all been GameCube era stuff, where I very possibly would have thought that those were Nintendo 64 games. I guess they weren't. Yeah, I guess more than anything, I'm probably just blurring a lot of GameCube games into thinking that they were Nintendo 64 games when they really weren't. And the processing power, as far as the visuals and graphics, probably were a slight step ahead of the Nintendo 64. So I imagine the GameCube really could push out a few more polygons. Pokemon probably super huge around the GameCube area, and so you would assume that there would have been a Pokemon Arena style game, Pokemon Coliseum. But yeah, no mainline Pokemon game on the GameCube. GameCube being less than fully successful, very possibly because there was an overemphasis of mobile games too. Had all of those Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance games, 3DS games, that anything, whatever mobile games would have been released around the GameCube era, had they all been GameCube games first, then that might have sold a few more units. And that's where I guess the Switch was capable of actually committing to that, where the GameCube is not, because they were selling the GameCube certainly as a portable device, but they were not actually committing to that by not putting things out for their actual mobile platform of the time. Yeah, this list is not particularly that long as I'm scrolling down here, and Beautiful Joe might be one that sticks out, but man, there really is not a lot of games here. Yeah. And if that's just the top list. Oh man, I should have looked at this list. You got like Mario Kart Double Dash, Melee, Wind Waker, Luigi's Mansion, Metroid Prime. But yeah, you're getting down to like Sonic Heroes pretty quickly here. Sonic Gems Collection, number 36. So if I was to go a little bit further back, and again, I really don't have time for this, and we should have like a predecessor listed somewhere here for the Nintendo 64. Yeah, clearly, had the GameCube stayed in this same width and length form factor as the Nintendo 64, you could have crammed a lot more power into it, and frankly, you could have put an entire Nintendo 64 into a GameCube and had backwards compatibility. Yeah, certainly the Nintendo 64 experimented a lot, but had a lot of dumb ideas too in their experimentation. Looks like you have a much longer list here. As far as Nintendo 64 games, and in a different kind of form factor. This is an incomplete list by far, I can tell you immediately. This is simply Nintendo released games. And even in that, you can see that there's way more games of interest. It came out in the Nintendo 64 era. No, I clicked on the wrong thing. I needed to go there. Then before we look at this longer list, what am I doing here? I'm really wasting way too much time. But frankly, that has always been what these live streams have been somewhat about, is keeping myself informed and learning something. We'll go to the best-selling ones. So compared to the GameCube, you have Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye, Ocarina of Time, Smash Brothers, Pokemon Stadium, Donkey Kong 64, Diddy Kong Racing. We really dropped the ball on that for as much as success as that was. Star Fox 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Pokemon Snap. Took them forever to make a Pokemon Snap 2. Majora's Mask, Star Wars games, Yoshi's games, Mario Party games, Mario Party sequels, Mario Party trequels, if that's a word. Hey You Pikachu is an experiment where you talk through a microphone, which is kind of crazy. They haven't made a cell phone version of that would just work on your phone. Turok 2, wrestling games. Yep. Just see the difference here. There's 51 games. There was only 36 in the chart before. Bomberman 64. Just like, it's amazing that games like Bomberman 64 were things I rented and played when I had no interest at all in Bomberman. That was just the force and effectiveness of the Nintendo 64 and its popularity. Big part of that being competition. So yeah, in that is an incredibly stupid and long way of going around in circles and saying, I don't remember Star Fox Assault, but even in looking in those charts, I did not see Star Fox Assault even being mentioned. Which, that does present an opportunity to, if the game is good, bring it back and try and find a new audience. Or if the game is not so good, at least put it out for the few curious few. There is no real opportunity that is being achieved by hiding a game, other than maybe it's just too expensive and too difficult to port these games. Although I doubt it's really that hard to do. I'm sure emulators can play Star Fox Assault just perfectly. Moving on. Yeah, I definitely need to move on. Onimusha Way of the Sword's protagonist is played by an actor who died 28 years ago. Kurosawa collaborator Toshihiro Mifune plays Miyamoto Murashi. So, how is that being done? Through AI? Or was all the footage made 28 years ago, which makes very little sense? So they're using the face model of a character from a classic samurai. Which I would assume they have the rights to that. And they aren't just straight up using the face model without having the estate's permission, because you certainly are opening yourself up to complaints if you're using a dead man's face, which there's still a lot of complaints to be made here before I move on quickly. Like, first of all, you're giving no opportunity to new actors, whereas in the past death was one of the few things that did allow new generations to step in and have opportunities. Second of all, you're maybe making some money for the estate, but you're still no way capable of knowing whether the actual dead person would approve or not. Nor should we really respect the wishes of dead people to such an extent. This is setting a very bad precedent, just morally speaking, and all for very possibly just nostalgic reasons. Or yeah, I'd say it's probably way more to do with nostalgic reason and trying to hang on the coattails of previously successful actors and movies and films. Like, yes, Seven Samurai is a very classic movie, but you shouldn't be using the faces of the actors from Seven Samurai for your new movies, or even really using clips from Seven Samurai in your new movies. You should be inspired to take classic samurai movies like Seven Samurai and make your own movies. Perhaps borrowing, perhaps even calling it stealing, in the same way that Star Wars inherently borrowed/stole a lot of concepts and ideas from classic samurai movies. And undoubtedly, future directors and artists were inspired and borrowed and stole ideas from Star Wars. It's not crazy for ideas to evolve and be stolen/borrowed from and evolved into other things. But with each step in the past, with each new evolution, you hired new actors and you gave new people opportunities to be actors, and you used new faces. You didn't just try to regurgitate the same stuff that has already existed. So yeah, I have to absolutely be against this, regardless of whether it might feel like it's honoring somebody who's passed or not, which I'm sure the Japanese might make that argument. Moving on, Astro Bot is getting 5 new levels in the PS5 Pro patch starting today. I'm sure Astro Bot fans are still super happy to get 5 new levels. I can't help but wonder, though, if this isn't becoming more of a live service game, or straight up just an excuse where Sony throws out a few more Astro Bot levels to make people not realize that they're not coming out with any other new games. Let's see, Capcom's Fighting Collection producer wants to bring more fighting games to modern systems. Fighting Collection 2 is out in May, but many Capcom fighters remain unplayable on current hardware. Yeah, I would assume as long as they have the capability of bringing out more games, they should bring out more fighting game collections. Although it may get down to the point where Fighting Collection 3 or 4 is just a smaller and smaller selection of games anybody's heard of or wants to play. At some point you may just have a Capcom Fighting Collection that is just all of the spin-off weird girl fighting games. That I'm not sure Capcom made a lot of those, but there definitely are a decent number of girl fighting games where the purpose is to be more cheesecakey and show off girls in bikinis fighting each other than it is to be a tightly controlled, well-made fighting game that you typically would see. This is a great example of a screenshot that just has way too much going on it. Like right here, I can't even tell what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a pair of legs that I guess is connecting to a person that is behind this logo. But yeah, just a lot of this is being cut off. There's a lot of little flash impact sections. There's inconsistent sizing in characters. It's just a heck of a lot going on there. To the point where I don't get any real feeling as far as how many different games are even in that collection. Moving on, Embracer says Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 success is a reminder it should make great games. The game reportedly is approaching 2 million copies sold, which it's nice when a company like Embracer, or management of a company like Embracer, comes out and says something and I can mostly agree with it without having to point out anything special. Say, yes, if a game is selling well, then that is an indicator that you made a good game. and you made something people actually want to play. Unfortunately, there are a lot of games that are made in bad ways that most people aren't happy with, and yet they still sell well. So it's not a guarantee. Moving on, PlayStation is planning to release more family games like Astrobot. Sony says the Platformers Awards success validates its plan to expand in the family genre. Good, I will say. Like, if I must have a comment on every single headline, which I seem like I'm doing today, yeah, they definitely should expand into the family genre. They should try to have more competition with Nintendo, who they see as their clear competition, and they don't really have to pay any attention to Xbox. In general, though, Sony needs to expand in the number of games it releases altogether. So family games, yes. Non-family games, yes, also. In general, gaming still has a huge gap for family games and kids games, when kids games really should come out way more often. It would be great if just a fraction of these low effort asset flip games that were put on Steam were lower effort kid games, even if they were asset flip games, because a less discerning child, which I'm not sure if kids really are that less discerning these days, may very well be willing to play a lower effort, more asset flippy type games. And there's ways it could be done, certainly. If you owned the rights to Bluey, and then every 2 or 3 weeks you were coming out with a new Bluey chapter in some kind of episodic game, or a new Bluey game that played a little bit different, there's probably an audience for that. I mean, if you came out with Bluey Tic-Tac-Toe one month, and then you came out with Bluey Ward Cross the next month, like, that's better than generic no-name Tic-Tac-Toe, generic no-name Ward Cross. Yeah. Clearly you would prefer if there was a higher quality, longer Bluey game that came out, but yeah. Smaller, more cell phone mobile type games like that wouldn't be terrible. Moving on. PlayStation 5 enjoys the best holiday period, reaching 76 million shipments. They are now neck and neck with the PS4. Shipments, not units sold, so there is always a thought. Yeah, there's always a thought that anytime you're using shipments, you're actually trying to hide the number of units actually being sold. There has not been any stories as far as PlayStation 5's just in general being hard to get. Perhaps PS5 Pros were a little hard to get when they first came out, but even now I think you could probably order one pretty easily. February's PlayStation Plus game catalog games include Star Wars Jedi Survivor. So far, we haven't seen any newer update on the PlayStation Network being out, which, yeah, that would certainly halt any thought of buying a PlayStation for me. And that their network online stuff is still a big deal. And certainly they can't fix that by just putting out more Astrobot style games that don't really need online services. That's not a solution. All 3 Armored Core PS1 games are coming to PlayStation Plus Premium Classics catalog. I'm sure for that fandom, they're excited about that. But I don't think you're going to get any new fans of Armored Core by making it available. Not a lot, anyways. The next Pixel Junk game has players shooting clouds with a machine gun. Q Games' Dreams of Another explores the theme no creation without destruction. It seems like this is a surreal tech demo concept more than a real game. Yeah. Inherently, you run into this problem where if your weapon of choice is a machine gun, it needs to be hitting something solid, not just clouds. And if your enemy of choice is clouds, it needs to be hit by something more impactful than a bullet that would just go through it. On top of which you have this whole art style, which makes the thing feel even more surreal. Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is getting a free demo this week. They have a new look at supermassive sci-fi horror game Directive 8020. I wonder if it being called 8020 is a reference to that phrase, what is it, that 80% of your workforce does 20% of the work, leaving only the 20% remaining to do 80% of the work. It is, I think, one of those phrases that's not scientifically backed up and is just made up, but yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a reference there to something like that, and I'm probably not even saying the phrase right. Of course, if you said 80, any number, it might connect to something more. And that weirdly reminds me that apparently the people who once owned Rooster Teeth have bought back the rights to some of Rooster Teeth, the name of the company, Ruby, as an IP, and I think Red versus Blue, and that may be very well all that they really want or care about. But the people who own it also, I don't think, are bringing back any of the animators or any of the people involved in it, so it more than likely would be just a clean break where new people might work on a new Ruby, or new people might make new Red and Blue videos. But then they very possibly also won't make anything new and just, well, sell the licenses or sell the existing content. Okay, so this is some kind of sci-fi space zombie maybe experience. Yeah. Some kind of space engineer, space grunts. Just watching this whole trailer is not really showing me much, but it definitely feels like this kind of trailer could have been a movie trailer, and this could have been a movie. It definitely feels like that's just the direction this is going to go, is that you will have you'll have more and more of your sci-fi style, your low budget movie pitch ideas turned into video games. Although it really hasn't worked greatly. Like, certainly the idea of having more Telltale style games where you're mostly just watching a movie with a few bits of interaction hasn't worked with a movie like a story and experience. And you do have things like Dead Space that kind of have a movie like style and experience, but then they're still very video gamey because they just take longer. And once you have that added amount of hours, whether it's even a short game at like 6 to 10 hours, you're just having a very different experience than a tight 2-hour experience at most that you'd run into in the movie theaters. Moving on, Xbox's Metal Gear Solid Delta replaces Ape Escape Monkeys with another surprise cameo. Xbox players won't get the Ape Escape crossover minigame, which is weird. We're still going through that kind of ridiculousness. Yeah. But yeah, I guess I don't have anything else to say with that, so I should just move forward. GTA producer says his new game Mind's Eye pushes cinematic adventure to the next level. Which, okay. We were literally just talking about that. Now see, here's the problem I run into with a trailer like this, is that it just gets increasingly difficult to even know that you're looking at a video game trailer. Here. Yes, I know I'm looking at an animated thing. They haven't hit a point where it's so realistic that it's unrecognizable. Some scenes might be fairly difficult to make out that it's animated. But this clearly feels like something that could have just been a secret level episode. And it's only when you see the like car chase sequences here do you really start to get the feel that there's an open world and that there's an actual video game in this. But the rest of these sections definitely could be a secret level episode. I'm gonna have to start scrolling up so that ads don't pop up at the end of these streams, at the end of watching trailers. Moving on, sci-fi first-person shooter Metal Eden has been revealed by Deep Silver. It's yet another game. Perhaps we are getting to a point where we're going to start seeing some real announcements. Metal Eden here with an ESRB rating may very well be the beginning of seeing some real games that people, your standard first-person shooter player, will actually want to play and be interested in. I was watching some YouTube video where they built an in-house game testing division to get feedback on how games were being developed, and they were making something that was definitely not a first-person shooter, and then they were hiring just random gamers, and they just wasted a lot of money hiring random gamers that then were basically kids just telling them they wanted a first-person shooter, or this looked like a pretty good game for my little brother. That was one phrase they seemed to get from like 10-year-olds, is that even 10-year-olds were at the time very much locked into really only wanting to play first-person shooters, and teen plus and M for mature games. Which, yeah, if you were making a point-and-click adventure game, just as an example, if you brought in a team of average gamers, you're going to get a lot of negative feedback that's not going to be helpful, because you're just going to be told this doesn't feel like the kinds of games I play. Yeah. Moving on, let's see. Saros, the next game from Housemarque, is out next year. Do we have yet another trailer? Was this all from like a Sony State of Play? Not actual gameplay. I like that. And even now, this trailer shows a very high level of hyper-realistic graphics. Lots of hair tech being shown there in what is effectively going to be a pre-rendered trailer. This is very possibly the intro sequence to a game that looks way different when you actually get into gameplay. Yeah, you're not really showing too much or saying too much in this shot. Seems like you've got a Space Marine like guy. walking towards the ocean. And then you've got some kind of giant monster creature with lots of hands. Yeah, that is not showing a lot, is it? That is quite a little to actually show, considering it's out next year. Days Gone Remastered is coming to the PS5 in April. The enhanced version will include new modes, and it's also coming to the PC version. Definitely seems like, for one reason or another, they are not willing to give up on Days Gone, which I really just don't hear anybody singing the praises of Days Gone to the point where it justifies making a remaster. Even if there was just like a desperate desire to make a successful zombie survival game, at this point you just need to make a different zombie survival game with a different name. Even if you were to just asset flip a significant portion of what Days Gone was, I would not use the Days Gone name. I would make a spiritual successor to Days Gone and maybe call it Days Long Gone or something, or Long Gone, with some probably new protagonist character too. Days Gone may be one of the few examples of there being one specific person who is really, really enthusiastic around Days Gone and really, really pushing it in the games industry. Which, in fairness, I have to applaud that person for having conviction, whereas it seems like most game developers and directors are willing to pivot and abandon projects very quickly. Publishers definitely willing to abandon projects very quickly. But at some point, sticking with a dead horse is just a waste of your resources and talent, if you have any resources and talent. Moving on, Lies of P's first expansion has been revealed. Lies of P takes place in a brand new winter region. It's a trailer here. I'm not going to go through that one. Yeah, there must have been a state of play. There's new gameplay trailer for Onimusha Way of the Sword, with the Onimusha reboot planned to be released in 2026. It may very well be the case that Sony has a plan for the 2026 to be the competitive year against the Switch 2. They may just let the Switch start off somewhat slow with a less competition at the end of this year. Metal Gear Solid Delta trailer reconfirms leaked release date. Do we have a listing? August 28th. Days Gone Remaster coming to the PS5 in April. Same story. I must have opened some duplicate tabs there. Borderlands put out a trailer on their YouTube channel, which I happen to follow. They don't put out videos very often. This is the first one I've seen since I've subscribed. Special state of play is dedicated to the game in the spring, but the actual release date is September 23rd this year, I believe. So they're not really taking a huge amount of time. I did try to pay attention to this trailer, but really couldn't manage to do it. I had my phone muted at the moment, so I really don't care to sit through the trailer a second time. So yeah, overall it was one of those trailers where you're jumping around every few frames to a whole new section. So it's just showing you a lot of action scenes and a lot of characters. Let's see, Sonic Racing Crossworlds is getting its first gameplay trailer, so a new Sonic Racing game is coming out. I wouldn't have been surprised if the old Sonic Racing games were doing fine and that there was not really a need for a new one. And then Sega shows a trailer for Shinobi Art of Vengeance out later this year. It's a 2D action platformer. Apparently it's the 13th main game in the series. It's going to be released on August 29th. I do want to watch this trailer. And then I'm going to stand up and... well, you know what? I'm going to let the trailer watch. And I'm going to mute myself, stand up, adjust the cushions of my seat, and then sit back down. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I sat down a little awkwardly last time and my cushions were all going flat on me. So yeah, that looked interesting enough. I'm not sure if any of these kinds of ninja platforming games are super popular these days, but it doesn't hurt, frankly, for Sega to try. Particularly if you have a long-running series. It does make an interesting question, certainly, as to what is the longest-running series of games, if they're up to a 13th, but if you included all the spin-offs or not is going to be a big question. You certainly probably could get into fairly high numbers with like Pokemon, which doubles the numbers since they always come out with 2 different releases. Yeah, I'd say Pokemon if you included all the side games. If you just are trying for like mainland series, then Final Fantasy might be your longest running series. Dragon Quest with all the side games might be very high on the list too. And undoubtedly there's probably some kind of episodic visual novel series that has just gone on forever. Some adult game series that's gone on forever. Particularly if you start including things that aren't actually on Steam, you could probably find something that just has published hundreds of chapters somewhere on the internet. Hundreds of 5-minute chapter type games, type visual novel games. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something like that pretty easily. Moving on to the Gematsu articles. Hopefully we'll get a little lucky and run into some duplicate articles, although there is a high chance we're going to just have a lot of new news. Let's see. A game called Buramato has a 2025 trailer. Some kind of RPG game. Definitely seems like it's tagged as an action-adventure platformer, though. Yeah, this doesn't look like it is a RPG. Based on characters from Borneo, is that what I read? So, it does have a very colorful art style that I would have just by default assumed was some kind of Asian animator going out of their way to make a new art style. And excuse my ignorance if Borneo actually is a country in Asia. But yeah, this feels like this may be one of the first Borneo's, if that's a word, games. That being said, I have to point out that India has tried, several Indian companies have tried to have games based off of the Indian culture, and it hasn't really gained a lot of success. In a lot of ways it comes off as maybe a little too pandering. Weirdly, we haven't seen anything that's more of a Bollywood style game from an Indian video game company. And in that contrast, Bollywood is clearly India being heavily influenced by Hollywood and then taking it in their own direction. What we've seen in games seems to almost be direct recreations of just traditional classic stories and feelings of India. Of course, I could also be wrong about this. This just could be unique character designs. And this trailer certainly is showing bits and pieces of little cutscenes, not really showing a ton of action. Yeah, they got in kind of early with just a little bit of action, and that was it. Fast-paced open-world 3D action-adventure game with some RPG elements. And I'm not sure in the description if they're going to mention Borneo at all. It may be that Borneo is just a made-up world, country, and a world. A fantasy world inspired by the ancient folktales of Borneo. So that is a real country, I would assume. Yeah. Yeah, very much the case too, where your cover art is flat 2D and only somewhat close to what you see in the 3D models. It does say it here, Bornean mythology. There are definitely a lot of countries and downright just tribes that have some ancient passed down via vocal storytelling mythologies that would be very interesting to make games around instead of your traditional, let's base it loosely off of Christianity or the Monkey King, or, I mean, there's only a couple other ideas there that are even heavily used. So yeah, there's definitely room, particularly when you're making just a generic RPG game, to be inspired and go in different directions. And yet many games don't do that, and you do have your just, here is a JRPG looking game, or here is a Western looking game, and that's about it. Perhaps there's an issue here where too many people are being influenced by stories told through like Final Fantasy, and people just want to do Final Fantasy over and over again versus telling slightly different stories. Of course, you also run into the problem of mythologies overlapping and sharing from each other quite a bit too. It is, though, quite crazy that you only really have God of War leaning on the Greek gods when there should be plenty of games that kind of lean into those ideas more, but not that many games do. Some of the Assassin's Creeds touch on it a little bit, but that's about it. Anyways, moving on. I don't have time to meander this much. Whisker Squadron Survivors launches February 21st for PS5 and PC. It's currently early access on PC. And again, I opened up all of these tabs without clicking on any of the links, or the automation opened them all up and didn't click on all the links. A low polygon 3D Metroidvania action platformer called Area Machina has been announced for PC. Yeah, I'm gonna try and move a little bit quickly here. It's probably not something I want to play, but there might be some other elements to this. It's tagged as a Metroidvania, so that might change my opinion quite a bit on it. Fate Reawakened launches March 12th. Watching way too many trailers today. This is a dungeon crawler. Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma Bachelors and Bachelorettes trailer is available, which makes me assume that there's a lot of marriage and dating in Rune Factory. Not a terrible collection of characters. They all look fairly varied in their outfits, hairstyles, somewhat varied in their bodies, shapes, and styles. All the dudes have your traditional good-looking Japanese dude animations to them, still being fairly varied of different styles. So yeah, not a ugly duckling really in the group, which if the game is around or even has an aspect around dating, I'm not sure you really want ugly ducklings in the group. Let's see. System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition has been renamed System Shock 2 25th Anniversary Remaster, with the release date being announced for March 2nd. I would assume the thought here was that System Shock Enhanced Edition was going to come out before the 25th anniversary, and this might also indicate that they're saying that it is a proper remaster and not just a slight middle step between a remaster, which is what I would think Enhanced Edition means these days, is that it is not a proper full remaster, but they're tweaking some things, putting some patches in it, maybe adding controller support, but they're not really touching the graphics as much. Whereas remaster to me specifically feels like they're retouching the graphics. They probably should be touching the audio for the phrase of remastering too. That being said, the full-on remakes of System Shock 1 and 2, I'm not sure if anything is going on with those, or if those projects have just been fully abandoned. Judas was a game that felt like it was going to be somewhat inspired by that, and we haven't heard anything new from that game, which is not the same people. And I feel like there was some other inspired by System Shock style game that was in development, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what that game was, or I don't think anything has come from it. Inherently, you do have this weird issue in that System Shock inspired the development of BioShock, which then led to BioShock 2 and BioShock Infinite, which then is leading to one person, the person who made BioShock 1, now making Judas. So as far as the whole Shock series of games goes, Judas might be a spiritual successor to that, but that really ignores all the other games that were inspired by System Shock, and the fact that there is a new BioShock game being made not by the same person making Judas. in general, I'm not sure that the shock style of gameplay is particularly even that unique and special these days that it needs to be in its own category. The idea of having a weapon in one hand and some kind of magic-like ability in the other is interesting enough, but certainly you could take away those elements and still tell a story that's something like System Shock and be compared to System Shock. Or you could take out the storyline feeling of System Shock and have the gameplay mechanics of System Shock and have some comparisons there. Anyways, I guess I'm going to move on. Honkai Star Rail version 3.1 update. Light slips the gate, shadow greets the throne. Launches February 26. Assume Honkai is still doing well. Dynasty Warriors Origins shipments and digital sales have topped 1 million. We are increasingly seeing metrics like this where the number of hardware units shipped are added to the digital sales to get over certain thresholds, which in a lot of ways this is probably a more accurate way to measure things. It's just more of a mouthful to say, because what that really is saying is that the Dynasty Warriors creators have gotten their money. Whether they've shipped a unit or sold it digitally, they've gotten the money. Of course, if you've shipped a unit to a warehouse, you may very well get returns from that warehouse at some point if it doesn't actually sell to end users, or even the warehouse charging you for storage fees if it doesn't sell to end users. Moving on, Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, launches May 21st for the PS4 and 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Definitely feels like we're getting more and more towards the point of proper release dates being put out there. It seems like it's just like as soon as we got February 15th, as soon as you're halfway through the second month of the year, they're willing to commit to schedules. Maybe that's because bigger presentations and the Nintendo Switch 2 being announced have happened. Maybe that is just their general plan. And yeah, I can't see any real reason why you would delay announcing a release date, since you can pretty much push it if it needs to be pushed anyways. And yeah, it doesn't look like too much is going to change, at least for the positive, as far as video games go, anytime soon. So you might as well announce release dates if you can release the game. Air is coming to Steam in English on March 5th. Featuring the side story novel First Sky Chapter in visual novel format. Which is weird, because if you're implying there that the whole game isn't a visual novel, but as far as I can tell, the whole game does seem like a visual novel. It seems like it is just your standard 2D kawaii anime style, perhaps slightly taller, stretched out characters in many cases. But then you also have a kid character here being shown. This one's not really tagged as romance as much, but that's what it is apparently. I feel like I've heard of this visual novel, so maybe it's been really popular in Japanese. First Sky Chapter, maybe it wasn't a visual novel, maybe it was a side game. Interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see if that sells at all, which I assume they plan on it selling some, because they're bothering to put out a news press release Moving on, Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Extreme, rewarding nothingless, nonetheless. Yeah, that's nonetheless. Nonetheless. Trailer. Well, the trailer's available if you want to look at it. I, at this point, have lost interest in this side game. I don't know what they're even really doing at this point, other than maybe testing out some new technology, but I question if they're even really testing out animation styles and technology as much as they may very well just to be throwing out a Venus Vacation game just because they think it's going to sell. It would be very weird if Venus Vacation became the new standard and you did have 5 girls with pretty much the exact same body types and just head swaps and hair color swaps. Then you have a game that has very limited interaction and elements to it. In a lot of ways, this is Koei Tecmo trying to make a more polished visual novel dating game, dating sim, that really there's no need for that level of polish and that level of development if you're making a dating sim. Dating sims are pretty much plateaued in how good they really need to be at the moment for as much as they're going to sell. Moving on, Tides of Annihilation has 11 minutes of gameplay on Gematsu. And this is a game I just don't recognize. Really got to figure out how to stop that from happening. Either I need to know for certain that I've never heard of this game, which in this case I think I probably haven't heard of this game since it's not on the follow list. Or I need to actually remember the games. And clearly I'm not helping myself by looking at every single game on Steam as in that factor. I'm helping myself other ways, but trying to memorize every game by flooding my brain with too much knowledge is not going to help there at all. Moving on though, Ys Memoria, Memories of Calcetta for Switch launches May 22nd in Japan. It's currently already available for PC, since I'm a PC gamer. So you can see it's rated very positively, and it came out in 2018. So this one's slowly making its way to Switch, possibly in hopes for Switch 2 players to adopt it. Let's see. Hue and Friends is coming to PC in late February. It's a shoot 'em up currently available for the Switch. I don't know how you would pronounce that name. I don't even know what language this is. Yeah, and I'm not particularly super impressed by the visuals and the screenshots there. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered has been announced for Switch and PC. Clearly, we're at a point where PC is the second best platform. Like, maybe third best if you included mobile games and mobile playing, but honestly, I think PC really is the second best platform, beating out PlayStation and Xbox. When you see something come out for the Switch and one other thing, it almost always is PC. PlayStation 5 shipments top 75 million. Okay. They're not inherently, I think, breaking out PlayStation 5 Pro units, unless this is literally just standard PlayStation 5 units. I imagine, though, it was actually PS Pros, PS5s with discs, and PS5s without disk drives. Castle of Shikigami 3 is coming to Steam in March. Which clearly that's a series. I was not expecting it to be a shoot 'em up series though. Interesting. I'm not going to bother to put this on the follow list because that's not my style of game, but I will make a YouTube short on it. Ult Ross, now available for Xbox Series and Switch. It's previously been released for the PS5, PS4, and PC. That's a weird split. Mixed in the last 30 days. With 64% positive. 79% positive overall. Not really a game doing so amazingly well that I'd want to put it on the wish list. A pixel art high-speed action game called Fubuki Zero in on Hollow Earth is a Hololive alternative. No, I think that may be the entirety of the title. Has been announced for PC. It's funny also I'm noticing here is that Komatsu here is starting to put things in brackets. Or, yeah, not brackets, but curved brackets. Parentheses, I guess maybe the right word. No, that might be the wrong word too. So it seems like the way they're formatting things may be changing. The Famitsu sales from the 3rd to the 9th have been updated. So let's see. Play our weekly game of how many PS5 games can make it into the top 30. With this week being pretty good. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in the 4th spot for the PS5. Black Myth Wukong in the 5th spot. Dynasty Warrior Origins for the PS5 in the 8th spot. Do we have anything else new as far as Nintendo Switch games, which otherwise dominate the top 30 spots? No. So yeah. Be interesting to see if they had PC sales, how this would work in Japan. But Famitsu I don't think would ever have a way of knowing PC sales. So week after week it becomes fairly consistently obvious that the Nintendo Switch software-wise is dominating the Japanese audience, and hardware-wise is dominating the Japanese audience, with OLED models outselling PS5s and PS5 Pros combined by nearly 3 times, and combined Switch models outselling combined PlayStations by massive numbers, and then Xbox itself only throwing salt into the wound by making even minimal numbers of units sold. You can pretty much chalk up every single Xbox sale in Japan to being sold to foreigners who happen to be in Japan, US military stationed at bases in Japan, or foreign workers in Japan. I'm not sure that you get more than a few hundred people at most that are natural born, naturally living in Japan, people who buy Xboxes. And then PS4 units are running incredibly dry at this point, where literally this is 21 units sold. 21 PlayStation 4s were sold in that week, according to Famitsu. Astrobot 5 new weekly speedrun levels and special bot updates begin rolling out today. So yeah, the way that's phrased, that almost feels like every week you're going to get 5 new speedrun levels. I don't believe that's how that's really supposed to be labeled, it's no, you're going to, in the next 5 weeks, get one new speedrun level. Saying weekly when it is a finite number of weeks makes it confusing. Glover for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, and Switch launches February 27th. It is worth pointing out, though, unless I'm completely misremembering, that the Glover game was never very positively received on PC. But this is kind of a great example of something that I might want to cover because I have some nostalgic for it, although I wouldn't be super motivated to cover it. But it is also a great example of something that is old enough and relevant enough to have PC versions and ports, even if it is also one of these old games that was pretty bad and not something that's really needed to be played by most people. If you've never played or heard of Glover, you shouldn't really play Glover. You need nostalgia to even begin to want to play it. You could take the concepts of Glover and make a new game, but I'm not sure it would be particularly that interesting of a game even then. It is just playing around with a lot of ball physics and bounciness of balls, and it's kind of taking the concept of Super Monkey Ball and doing a little bit different for that, but it's just kind of also an awkward physics manipulation game. They call it a platformer, and I guess you're technically platforming, but it's a platformer with fairly bad platforming controls. Moving on, Lost in Random, The Eternal Die launches this summer. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about this game in a while. I feel like there was 2 games that were announced almost back to back where it was a die, like character dice rolling type game, or inspired by dice rolling. It might actually be the case though it was only one game and they just updated their trailers. Make a YouTube short on that. Crowns and Pawns, Kingdom of Deceit is coming to the PS4 and 5 and Xbox Series on February 27th. It's a point-and-click adventure game currently for Switch and PC. Again, that feels like one I missed, but no, it really isn't. It's already on my wish list. This thumbnail, perhaps, is a bad indicator of what the game is actually like. But these screenshots, I imagine, are better indicators of what the game is actually like. I'm always looking for more modern, in this case, a game from 2022, point-and-click adventure games. But we've not had any that have been majorly talked about, even if they've been reviewed well. More modern, in my mind, meaning you're going for kind of a more modern art style where the characters are a little bit bigger and you're not just going for a pixely art style where characters are further back from the screen, and you're not just trying to have a default interaction menu bar just because. And modern games certainly can break out from your traditional interfaces more and have different kinds of mini games more often, which I'm not really opposed to that as an idea, as far as just having several different types of mini games inside of a point and click, as long as it overall feels like a point and click game. Moving on, Calamity Angel Special Delivery is coming to the West this summer. It's a special delivery RPG developed by Compile Heart. Yeah, I don't know what the specialty delivery part of this really is. I know the U.S. Postal Service put out another presentation of their future cars. And yeah, they look really ugly, but they look like they've been designed 100% for practicality and long-term reliability and use, which is exactly what I would want in a postal car, van, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, they certainly don't look like your traditional car. Could be interesting to see if other delivery services started to follow suit around that design. But yeah, also I literally don't think anybody should care if they're ugly. You're gonna see them every day, but what do you care if somebody else's vehicle is ugly looking? Moving on, Sonic Racing Crossworlds closed network test for the PS5 is set for February 21st to the 23rd. Hyperlight Breaker Early Access Spring Edition roadmap has been announced. Okay, there's a whole list here you can find on Gematsu to check out if you're interested. Sorry We're Closed is coming to the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One and Series and Switch on March 6th. It is unfortunate, I would have to say, that of all the different poses one can animate a person as, mouth being open is only acceptable in a few pornographic scenarios. It's maybe this is me betraying that I'm too much of a perv, but honestly, yeah, it is unfortunate that you cannot take a photo or a video or animate particularly female presenting people in any fashion with their mouth being open at any level short of a slightly open so you can breathe. And you can't animate feet and or show feet without it being very much for the foot fetishes out there. And if you're fine with foot fetishes seeing your feet, that's fine, but it is kind of a limiting factor on animators as far as different angles and such. Although it's probably not that hard to avoid either, because you don't see this happen very often. And perhaps they are playing into it because also this person seems to be fairly topless. Enough so that I'm not even going to play the trailer just in case of family friendliness. But yeah, when you have imagery like that, it perhaps breaks the themes that you're trying to subconsciously instill. And so you have all these other images. There's a demon's head in the mouth, so maybe that is an intentional reference. Or goat's head in the mouth. But yeah, overall, this is a very overwhelmingly positive survival horror game. Apparently LGBTQ+ also. I imagine it doesn't have any kind of ESRB rating. That's a goat head in the mouth. Okay, well, I guess we have to move forward. There's nothing else really to say. Let's see. Castle Crashers DLC Painter Boss Paradise for PC launches this summer. New content arriving nearly 17 years after the initial release. This might be another example of somebody not letting something go, but it also might be an example of saying, hey, we don't really need to do a remaster for this game, so Instead, let's maybe make some new content if we can think of any new content to make. Because of the animation style, because of the fairly smooth controls that already exist in the programming, it would be fairly ridiculous to try to remake Castle Crashers. More ridiculous, though, I would say, would be that the behemoth there hasn't made a new game in a while. Well, Behemoth itself as a game apparently is out. But before that was Alien Hominid HD Remaster. They are kind of pigeonholed for this original game coming out on Steam in 2012. I mean, you really are talking 13 years in which they've been around, and it really feels like there should be 3 or 4 different games that feel different and that play in a different way from each other. Perhaps that is just a need for a new artist and a new direction to keep things more diverse in your releases. Let's see. Nights in Tight Spaces launches March 4th. This is like card-based action game, I believe. There's another game similar to this. I feel like that wasn't knights, though. It was like ninjas in offices or something like that. Let's see. Kaleidoscope of Phantom Prism 2 demo is now available in Japan. We still don't have any real trailers or screenshots from this game. But from the looks of it, it kind of feels like it's probably more of a lewd game than would be YouTube family friendly. The Alters have been delayed to a general 2025, no longer coming out in quarter 1. Not super surprising there. The Alters may come out as a pretty good game, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it's good with very few sales, just because at the core of it, it is still a strategy game that is trying to sell itself to a broader audience than it probably should target. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a lot of people who buy the Alters and then don't finish the game just because it's not what they really felt like they were being sold. Let's see, a Twisted Tower demo is now available. Which, have we seen Twisted Tower before? Yes. Can we say that we have put the main game on the follow list? Yes. Do I need the demo and the main game on the follow list? No. Did I just take the main game off the follow list? Yes. Interesting. There's an interesting connection there that really shouldn't exist. I wonder if it's always been that way, where if you put the demo on the follow list, you also put the main game on the follow list. Personally, I have no interest in having demos in my account, because that's just going to clutter up your library and you're just going to have to hide them later. But for people who are more discerning and want to spend less money, playing with a demo makes a lot of sense, and in no way would I ever discourage a game developer from making a demo. I think demos make a lot of sense. Even in the world of 2 hours, no questions asked refunds on Steam, which effectively gives you somewhat of a demo anyways. There are potentials, though, where a demo may take longer than 2 hours or may show you a more averaged experience than the first 2 hours of a game might do. Because if the first 2 hours of a game is really just a tutorial or the first act of a game, and then later on you have a lot more skills and abilities, a demo can really help show those off. Assassin's Creed Shadows had PC and new gen features trailer. I think we already talked about these, nor did I think the trailers say anything interesting. The Hungry Lamb Traveler in the late Ming Dynasty is coming to the Switch on March 13th. It's currently already available for PC. We must have looked at it. We might be hitting some duplicate news articles that I opened again, but I didn't really recognize any of these. Stafford Case, the Supernatural Mystery Adventure is coming to the Switch on May 29th, including Stafford Reborn. Hit 2. Seems to be something we've already seen. Definitely feels like one of those different kinds of games that you have to either be willing to go down the path of playing something that's more grayscale pencil sketched and more visual novel-y adventure type gameplay. Moving on, Monster Hunter Wilds Title Update 1 launches this spring. Shinobi Art of the Vengeance launches August 29th for all consoles and PC. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of going in circles here, but not really. Sonic Racing Crossworlds debut trailer and screenshots. So they did just announce Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Particularly being a racing game, if it is just well received and good, you probably don't need to play the previous games. The big question certainly will come down to, is this going to really compete with Mario Kart on potentially PC where Mario Kart does not exist? Let's see, Digimon Story Time Stranger has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. This does feel like you've got some new characters for the Digimon universe. Then this might just be a spin-off, and it may not be particularly in the Digimon Tri universe or the cartoon universe. May just have the same Digimon. You are in this weird situation where these Digimon are the ones that Digimon fans are nostalgic from, and unlike Pokemon, they really have not evolved in any form or fashion. Like this one, and this one, all from the cartoon series. This one very possibly an enemy from the cartoon series. This one might be slightly newer. I don't really recognize that character. That seems like that might be a bad guy. This human I don't recognize. This human I don't recognize. Yeah, they are in this weird situation where I maybe recognize that one. There's just been no evolution, ironically, in Digimon as much as there's been in Pokemon, where the Pokemon from Pokemon Pocket that the latest expansion are coming from are completely new to me. It's just like, I don't know the names of these Pokemon, I don't know what they do, I don't know if they have any kind of personality or backstory. And that being said is a good thing, because that tells me that somebody who is a fair weather fan at best of Pokemon has lost out on some content, and fans of Pokemon have gotten that new content, whereas being a fair weather fan of Digimon at best, it feels like I could jump into this game pretty easily and be caught up very quickly, and wouldn't have to learn the names of any new Digimon. They definitely went more in the direction of trying to make the Digimon characters individual characters and not just entire species of characters, and tried to make each Digimon character an interesting character instead of Pokemon, which throws out a whole bunch of Pokemon that don't really matter and are not really ever going to be mentioned again. Moving on, Lost Soul Aside launches May 30th. It's a long-awaited action RPG, finally getting a release date. Do we have a Steam link? Yeah, I really have a decent amount of stuff that I need to do today after today's stream. Some of which is just uploading videos and making more YouTube shorts. Dave the Diver x Like a Dragon collaboration DLC Ichiban's Holiday has been announced, which definitely sounds like a weird crossover. Do we have a way of highlighting that yet? No, we don't. So we'll have to move forward. Splitgate 2 open alpha test for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC is set for February 27th to March 2nd. Guess I don't have anything to say there. Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii demo launches February 13th. We might be seeing a resurgence here where there's just going to be more games with demos because they know people don't have money to actually buy the games. Maybe there's going to be a period, it couldn't be that long, where they just try to keep gamers' attention and keep people playing games in the hope of future sales. I couldn't go too long though. I really couldn't go a year. Once the Christmas season goes by, once Black Friday goes by, people are going to forget games if they haven't purchased them by then. Most people will forget them. Anyways, WWE 2K25 details PS5 and Xbox Series exclusive multiplayer experience called The Island. It's a WWE themed districts and compete against other players. Seems like they're trying to do kind of a Fortnite thing, where you just wander around. Which, even in Fortnite, that seems fairly gimmicky. I could see people maybe enjoying walking around these virtual museum-like experiences for a few minutes, but I just don't think you're going to make a social thing where people are hanging out and talking to each other or doing other kinds of mini games. At some level, the wrestling games should just be focusing on being the best wrestling games they can be, and I just don't feel like this is really going to be appreciated by wrestling fans. Although maybe they aren't really targeting wrestling fans as much as they are targeting kids who played Fortnite, which may make a lot of sense in that thought. And inherently, I'm not sure wrestling games or WWE should ever really be targeting wrestling fans, because the true hardcore wrestling fans are either kids who are about to go into puberty and stop caring about wrestling, or obsessive fanatics who may be on the autism spectrum, which those people are going to watch wrestling no matter what, or play wrestling games no matter what. What WWE really wants to target is, one, they could definitely target more of a girl audience, and they've kind of failed at that. Two, older teenagers, kids who are going to start having their own income, and younger adults, overall, families in general. They really would want to target just about everybody to get them to watch their content. Of course, their content might have to drastically change to be appropriate for a lot of those audiences. Moving on, Borderlands 4 launches September 23rd. Yep, which is pushing it slightly earlier than the Black Friday era. So far, the big game of this year, it may very well be Borderlands 4, although it may very well be a stretch to call Borderlands 4 even a big AAA game at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out Borderlands 4 is shorter and still fairly unimpactful. Maybe it will just be less offensive than Borderlands 3, but I'm not expecting it to blow people out of the water. Split Fiction has a story trailer and screenshots if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. Directive 8020, a Dark Pictures game, launches October 2nd. Yeah, the Dark Pictures Anthology was the title I was trying to think of as far as game companies trying to make video games that are feeling a lot like horror movies. Yeah, and in general, I'd say so far the Dark Pictures Anthology of games has not been consistently good enough to be impactful. Although maybe it's been consistently good enough to make the money. Weirdly though, you'd think also some of those games would have been turned into movies, like direct to streaming movies, and I think maybe there was some talk of doing that, but I don't think any of that has actually happened yet. Moving on, Five Nights at Freddy's apparently still exists. Secret of the Mimic is launching June 13th for the PS5 and PC. I would assume that this, no Steam Link yet, apparently. I would assume that this is still the exact same kind of Five Nights at Freddy's games as you would expect. It would be surprising if something really changed. Inherently, as far as I feel it goes, is that each of the Five Nights at Freddy's games has really no value once you have the achievements and have beaten the game once. So, to continue to make money off of that, they've figured out how to just push out the same concept over and over again and basically sell the same game to people over and over again. In this trailer, though, it does seem like they are doing something slightly different in that this feels more 3D. It feels like you're controlling and interacting with more things, and it is more of a almost factory-like assembly place and not just sitting in a room looking at things through a camera. So yeah, that does look like more of a game to me. Like there might even be a story there. It may not just be a procedurally generated thing. At the very least, it feels closer to the Hello Neighbor style of gameplay than previous Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay that I've seen. And clearly there's a fandom still there. Moving on, The Midnight Walk launches May 8th with a new gameplay trailer. Instead of looking at the new gameplay trailer, let's just look at its Steam page. And yeah, it's just another one that apparently I missed somehow. Konami and Z-Drime Tim have announced a action-adventure platformer called Darwin's Paradox for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. I have no idea who this is. In a lot of ways, this feels like Konami is sticking their toe into being an actual publisher of games once again. Although, we'll see how long that really lasts and whether Konami is actually any good at that. At some point, if Konami really wanted to commit to being good and being about games again. I think Konami probably needs to put out a new logo at least, if not change their entire name. Anything classic, anything historical from Konami should be put into the past with a commitment towards the future. Of course, it's hard to do that when one of your major games you're about to release is just a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. Moving on, a roguelike action game, Warriors Abyss, has been announced for all consoles and PC, and it is now available. Which, yeah, we haven't been seeing a lot of releases like that recently. This is in the Warriors series, which I really wasn't expecting to see, like spin-off Warriors games come to PC, or the Warriors series in general come to PC. There's no real reason why it shouldn't come to PC, but I just wasn't expecting Koei Tecmo to care enough. And if anything, that probably is an indication that PC gaming is just getting bigger and bigger, or becoming more attractive at least to Japanese publishers. Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny Remaster launches May 23rd. Still in a weird situation where I'm clicking too much when I open something from a Gamatsu page. Like when I click on the link, I really just want to close that tab and have the page open in that tab, but there's probably a shortcut key on the keyboard. If I was holding that down, I could do that. Just would have to figure it out. Onimusha Way of the Sword protagonist trailer screenshots are available on Gamatsu if you want to check that out. I believe this is that face scan of the actor, that they really are focusing heavily on that. Whereas when you're actually in the game, you're not even going to see the face of that character, more than likely. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater launches August 28th. Is this one rated M for mature? Yes, it is. So I can put it on the fault list, but I don't even need to bother to try to make a YouTube short on it because it won't work. It is interesting to have a mini game with shooting the monkeys as one of your screenshots, but maybe that is a bigger part of the game than I think. I would assume this is just some kind of Easter egg and you don't do it that much, but I might be wrong about that. Moving on, Hell Is Us launches September 4th. Sounds like a game I would remember if I'd heard it before, so I'm particularly going to assume I haven't heard of this one before. Hell is Other People, being a quote from a play, I think, called No Exit, which there's some recordings of that stage play that I sat through one. It's not really a play I think that works today in a modern environment. Definitely the concept could be rewritten. It made a lot of sense, a lot more sense I imagine when it first came out, but adaptations such as The Good Place were heavily inspired. The Good Place, at least season 1, was heavily inspired by the play No Exit, and then The Good Place took that and took it into a much further deeper direction, where there's really only so much you can say in a single play. But even in that, you could do a new take on the concept of no exit and make it a lot better if you just made the characters more modern in their thoughts and feelings and their motivations a lot more modern. Anyways, back to video game news. Liza P DLC expansion Overture has been announced. I think we may have already talked about this. I guess we did. We may be going into some duplicates here. Q Games announces a third-person action-adventure game, Dreams of Another, for the PS5 and PSVR 2. This is the cloud shooting with a machine gun game. Although that may not be all you do, it does seem to be part of what you do. I think that probably does deserve us watching the trailer just for the weirdness of it all. This may very well be a case where Pixel Junk as a game developer is just very much still stuck in only being able to make a certain level of game, a certain level of quality, a certain style of game. And over the years that it's existed, it probably should have invested in learning some different kinds of programming and animation and gameplay design. In a lot of ways, what this feels like is you are, in this case, they were making a game that was using a first-person shooter engine, and they couldn't figure out a way to take shooting something as a mechanic and reskin that to make more sense than what I'm seeing here. Yeah. Even watching that trailer, it still just feels very weird. Days Gone Remastered was announced for the PS5. I think we already talked about that enough. Stellar Blade is coming to PC in June, alongside with Goddess of Victory Nikke DLC, which is really Nikke Goddess of Victory DLC. Of course, I think a significant number of people who may have heard of Stellar Blade very possibly have not heard of Shift Up's second game, Goddess of Victory Nikke, and probably even more people won't have heard of their now defunct first game, Destiny Child mobile game. And certainly the crossover event will have to take the Nikke characters and make them 3D, because they're more brightly colorful 2D, live 2D animated characters than the more natural brown tones that you see in some of the screenshots here. Stellar Blade itself definitely deserves a YouTube short to be made around it. Though again, it may have an ESRB rating. Yeah, I've had to been pretty cautious though around Stellar Blade, knowing how it overall is just reviewed, in that if I jump into this game too overhyped, I'm definitely going to be disappointed by it. To the point where, since I've never gotten around to playing the game that it's heavily inspired by, what is that one called? I've forgotten the name. The much more popular, better made game that won't end up in the more like this list, I bet. Yep. Steam's algorithm is still completely useless. Nier Automata. Yeah, that's the name of it. Just had to sit here and think about it. Yeah. Since I haven't gotten around to playing any of the Nier series, it kind of would make sense to play Nier Automata after playing Stellar Blade, even though Stellar Blade clearly was heavily inspired by Nier Automata. And at some point then there becomes a question about playing the other Nier games, what order that it makes most sense to play them. But that certainly is a thought for another day. PlayStation Plus's game catalog and classics lineup for February were announced. There's a long list of text here describing each of the games. Blueprints adds a PS5 and the Xbox Series version. It'll be available day one via PlayStation Plus and Game Pass. It already had a Steam page. An exploration puzzle game of sorts. Abiotic, is that how you pronounce that word? Factor adds a PS5 and Xbox Series version too. Wonder if that is the same publisher making those announcements. Is one that's overwhelmingly positive in early access. It is interesting though to have announcements where they're coming to the PlayStation and the Xbox as a second thought, which I assume that, I guess that it really is just the backside of seeing games announced for the Switch and the PC as the first thought. The fantasy action adventure game Tides of Annihilation has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's inspired by Arthurian legend, which, yeah, there's definitely room for more Arthurian legend games too to be made. I saw something where somebody said that Arthur was a weak name. I think it was in that streaming show on Hulu, Paradise, that the grandfather of the president, who's kind of a jerk and has dementia, said Arthur is a weak man's name and he wouldn't let his wife name his son Arthur, which just sounds like a ridiculous statement unless they are literally trying to establish that it's in a different universe where Arthur, the king of the Knights of the Round, the founder of Britannia, was a weak man. I mean, it just sounds absolutely ridiculous that you would think Arthur is a weak name. But yeah. Yeah, I think in a lot of cases people just write things for TV and don't really think things through. That TV show Paradise, I think is going to probably be a somewhat slow burn to a small reveal. I think it's going to try and do a mystery box like Lost and fail miserably at that. Anyways, back to video game news. Man, this is why I don't ever want to miss even one day, is it does just stretch out the length of these streams to a ridiculous amount. Arguably, it makes a great argument that I should stream every single day and cover the news in smaller sections. If I had free time and really wanted to commit to that, it would make a lot of sense to do potentially 5 days a week. Probably don't need to do Saturday and Sunday for video game news, but Monday through Friday would be easier to say than Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and would balance out things. Metal Gear Eden, formerly known as Final Form, launches May 6th for the PS5 and the Xbox Series and PC. Yeah, I guess one of the factors also that makes it difficult to remember games is that they tend to change the names sometimes. Mind's Eye launches this summer for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Again, we're just trying to... Komatsu's just better at linking to Steam than Video Games Chronicle is to put things on the fall list. And then Sony Interactive Entertainment and Housemarque announced Soros for PS5. I guess exclusive. Which I guess would be the beginning of seeing Sony actually announce games for the first time in a while. Once again, it's now available for the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox Series and 1. It was previously available for PC and iOS and Android and Switch. What kind of game is it? Let's see, rated very positively. Kind of visual novel style game. Which I don't think I want to make another YouTube short around it, but I will put it on the wish list. Although at this point I also have to admit my wish list is really starting to feel like a pointless list, because I don't know if I'm ever going to have free time or finances to really afford to buy games. And free time to play games is much more of an issue than even buying the games. I could probably buy games fine, but it's just pointless to do it if I'm not going to actually ever play them. Mech Break Global Storm open beta test for Xbox Series and PC begins February 23rd. Okay. Unfortunately, I think I am going to once again have to take a break. We've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes and still not anywhere close to being done. So we are just marathoning this Saturday. Not the worst Saturday ever to do that because of President's Day, potential holidays, but probably not going to get a ton of new views because of it either. So yeah, I'm going to take another break and pause the recording, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Looks like the whole clock is reset on Yu-Gi-Oh! There. They rolled over to the next day, I bet, is what happened there. One thing that it did occur to me now that I have the motion sensors turning the lights on and off automatically for me, it's a shame, frankly, that we aren't to the point of that Star Trek future in which the doors automatically open for you and close behind you. Like, that would be the next evolution of just never touch door handles unless it's an emergency. Always clean. Maybe you don't even need door handles in that situation. So then when installing a door, it could just be an artistic slab of some sort, whether that's just going to be hollow wood or whether it's something else. And certainly that would make for easier installations. Of course, having the technology so a door would open when you approached it or not is incredibly expensive. You see it at grocery stores, but if it were financially viable at all, you would see it at the very least in ICUs in hospitals, which, no, not really the case. I've seen more than my fair share of ICUs, and all of the doors there have standard ADA special handles on them, but they are just door handles, pieces of wood swinging on hinges. But yeah, that would be the next evolution. If you just had an infinite amount of money and you were building a smart house, having actuators on doors so that they would either swing or slide open, and would be the next step. And you can do it, but you're looking at adding at least $500 to the expense of every single door. But once you do have that opportunity, not only do you have perfectly clean door handles or no door handles, so a perfectly clean surface, you also have the next situation, which would be having a robot vacuum cleaner be able to enter rooms and vacuum without leaving the doors completely open when the robot vac is doing its thing, or leaving the doors completely open while it's doing its thing. You get potentially a level of new security there if your Apple Watch unlocks the door to your bedroom and you've authorized the vacuum cleaner to open the door, go in, then have the door shut behind you. And that's not something you could particularly accomplish very easily on a RoboVac these days without having actuated doors that automatically open and close and potentially automatically lock and unlock. Because even if a RoboVac did have a robot arm on it, it's probably not going to have the force to be able to swing a door open or slide a door open with a robot arm. They're really going to build those arms, if they add them at all, to just pick up socks and things on the floor with very little lifting and torsion, twisting power. Of course, has nothing to do with video game news, and we are going late. We're not as late as I thought we were today, but we're still gonna go late, I know. And oh man, it looks like it's gonna be another cold day. I hear the wind blowing outside, and then I hear the house creaking and cracking because of it. So, and I looked at the weather, and yeah, it's gonna be a cold night for me, which probably won't do anything, but it certainly is not a welcome thing either. So we'll go through the Gaming on Linux news now, and then we'll try and burn through all the new games on Steam as quickly as possible, and then we'll wrap up, hopefully without taking yet another bathroom break. Getting over 30 games, including Hardscape Shipbreaker, right now via Prime Gaming. Yeah, so Prime Gaming still offering a lot of games as long as you're happy with it not being on Steam, and offering you absolutely nothing if you want your games on Steam. So I have to leave it at that. The SteamOS like Bakelite Linux has had some nice growth thanks to great handheld PC support. There were several competitors as far as forks of SteamOS or games like operating systems like SteamOS that looked like they were going to be real competitors. Chimera Linux was one of them, and they just really haven't gone anywhere as fast as Bakelite has. So currently at the moment, my only suggestions are if you have another handheld other than a Steam Deck, or you are building your own PC with specific hardware that will work with Bakelite, I recommend Bakelite, or I recommend waiting until SteamOS 4 comes out and it has an installer that might actually work on a non-Steam Deck device. Even at that, Bakelite might be better because Bakelite might have like printer support, where SteamOS may still, even in version 4, may not have printer support. It's increasingly, with every day, less and less realistic to recommend staying with Windows or installing Windows. Just the effort of installing Windows 10 or Windows 11 right now would probably be a waste of your time, unless you're willing to stick with Windows 11 specifically in the buggy, messy state that it is in. But yeah, let's see. Active devices per week, Bakelite Linux here is shooting up and up and up, where it is comparing itself to other Linux builds such as Fedora Silverblue, which I haven't heard of, or Fedora Kinoite, which maybe I've heard of that. In fairness, this is not a particularly good list of Linux operating systems to compare yourself to. You're missing Pop! OS, which I believe is the one designed to look like Mac iOS operating system. You're missing Linux Mint, Debian, Ubuntu being the biggest one there. But yeah, and you're not even really comparing SteamOS, which you probably don't have any numbers to compare. In that case. But yeah, Bakelite's still doing particularly well. Although, noticeably, it's also worth pointing out that Bakelite hasn't really done anything new or made any major announcements lately. They put out new updates on a rolling release every night, so I get emails from their GitHub of new updates every night. But feature-wise, they really aren't putting out a ton of new features, and maybe there's just not really a need for a ton of new features. Maybe they are just churning along and working on growing popularity. Now, increasingly, it's becoming obvious amongst Linux fandoms that these kinds of Linux operating systems cannot just survive in a vacuum and survive on fandom. So you're seeing more and more the case of like KDE doing a once-a-year pop-up to ask for donations, and I think that really is going to have to be the way it goes, is that there are going to be pop-ups for donations. I don't think we're getting anywhere close to monthly subscription fees. Maybe some people will have some Patreons that they might mention. I don't think we're really getting to the point where there are going to be versions of Linux that are straight up pay to play before you even install it either, or pay after a certain amount of time. But the finances do need to really be addressed to help just consistently have a stability there, have at least a few people amongst the community that are the major maintainers of projects being paid so they can put their focus on that project and make sure it's always working. And at a certain point, it may be a case where some maintainers just don't care about the money and they just stop maintaining it. That's where money might come back into it to advertise for some new maintainers, or if they are just awash with cash, it might make sense to straight up just advertise Bazzlight itself. It would be very crazy if at the Super Bowl there was a commercial for Bazzlight Linux or Steamer Linux, or frankly any video games. Noticeably, I don't know if there's ever been a video game ad during the Super Bowl. It's just too expensive, but it does speak that there is a fairly different audience, that we haven't had like a Call of Duty Super Bowl ad or something. But yeah, it would be an insanely large waste of money for Bazzlight Linux to advertise during the Super Bowl. But it wouldn't be crazy for them to have ads here and there, particularly with Windows 10 being so unpopular. If they got to a point where it was stupid easy, having ads to convince random person on Facebook or something to install Bazzlight Linux would be interesting. Of course, if anybody was going to do that, Ubuntu would do that, and yeah, I don't think you're going to convince a lot of random people on Facebook to install Ubuntu either. It still, in my mind, very much feels like Bazzlight Linux is probably the right way to go, even if you're not into gaming, because I think Bazzlight Linux is going to make it pretty easy to install it and then forget about it being a gaming focused operating system and just realize that it is a completely acceptable, totally manageable desktop operating system that lets you do desktop style work, Word or something like Word, Google Docs, and Excel, or something like Excel, Google Sheets. Moving on, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater releases in August. We already talked about that. A open source nonprofit platform, Codeberg, is suffering from hate campaigns due to far-right focus forces. Never heard of Codeberg as a platform. It's a community-led effort that provides Git hosting and other services for free and open sources projects. So it's like GitHub as a website, which, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just use GitHub unless you just absolutely hate the fact that GitHub is owned by Microsoft. GitHub may do some weird things otherwise. I got a comment where I posted something on my on a GitHub project. I posted a little bit of code and comment, but didn't format it. And then someone else so kindly tried to format it using GitHub to make it more readable. And I think they did a pretty good job. I don't really remember what I wrote or what I did, and that's a major problem, is that sometimes I will pull off near miracles and then completely forget that I was even involved in it. But it seems like he tried 3 or 4 times to get the formatting right on GitHub, and it just would not work for him. And I'm like, well, that looks better to me. Thanks for the help, I guess. And certainly that highlights where somebody can help if they are really good at figuring out GitHub's markup language and formatting of the code to make it more readable and easier for other people to understand. But this was in comments as far as a GitHub issue, though. The actual code itself that you upload, if you're willing to actually upload entire code, tends to be better formatted and easier to release. Yeah, I guess I'm not interested particularly in the story, though. Unfortunately, this happens a lot, and you almost wonder if it isn't really a lot of bots and not real humans that are posting offensive content one way or the other. It might very well be that even big companies like GitHub, owned by Microsoft, put out bots to make anything that even slightly might be a competitor suffer. That is perhaps a problem with the internet in general, is that there's plenty of restaurants out there that will put out negative reviews for competitor restaurants, which, yeah, is definitely a scumbag, downright probably a legal thing to do, but yeah. And certainly as a consumer, if I went to Yelp and saw a negative review, I have to assume it's true, and that will affect whether or not I eat at a restaurant or not, if I really am going to go down that path of really Yelping a restaurant before I eat at it. Anyways, I guess we should move on. Tomb Raider 2's open source re-implementation adds Linux support. This would be TRX, the Tomb Raider 1 and 2 Community Edition. But yeah, you're definitely in a weird situation here where there's an open source engine to run Tomb Raider 2 instead of just buying the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered collection. Of course, there's some synergy also in that you actually still need the game files, so buying Tomb Raider 1 and 3 to give money to somebody who owns the rights to Tomb Raider 1 and 3 and probably not giving any money to actually work on those games gives you the files to then use TRX as an engine to run it on Linux or run it perhaps in a different way. In a lot of ways, this may very well be the nostalgia play where the remastered versions are for your average gamer. And it's nice that both sides can be satisfied. Here's a list apparently of Steam sales and Fest for 2025, which you can generally guess the big ones, but the smaller ones might move around a little bit. These probably are a statement of the major categories of games that Steam sees sales in or wants to see sales in, whereas there's a possibility that there are some categories of games that they don't want to see themselves see sales in. I'm basically saying she sells seashells by the seashore here. Weirdly though, I would say that the winter sale tends not to have a full locked on date so early, and the autumn sale tends not to have a locked in date so early. Animal Fest is interesting as a category of games, but yeah, you never really see anything that's particularly too anime-esque or adult hentai-esque. You have a visual novel fest that will generally try to promote the ones outside the adult section, but yeah, never really get into any of the adult games trying to be promoted, despite the fact that the adult games very possibly sell a lot better than a lot of these categories. Sokomon games overall probably sell less than adult games in the adult section do. Just as an example, I think a lot of these individually might sell less. But on the other hand, in fairness, I have to admit Steam probably should stay family friendly, and it would be crazy to go to the front page of Steam and then it be the lewd anime waifu fest, where that's just being shoved down the face of people who may not be interested in that, or if it's a hentai fest and it's just straight up hentai games being promoted. Even if you're doing censoring and blocking and all of that, just the word itself being on the front page of Valve is not going to be what a lot of people want. But in fairness, I also, in the other direction, would say it is ridiculous that there isn't an adult section somewhere being advertised on Steam. Like right at the bottom, before you start getting into the randomly generated stuff on Steam, it feels like there should be a box that says adult section if you're logged into an account and you're over 18 years or older, and it could just be a red curtain suggesting you go that way, and then there should be like a little X on the box to close it and never show that again, I guess would be the best way to go. But until you click that X, right at the bottom there should probably be an adult section, red curtain. And in fairness, when you click on that, you should probably have a secondary adult section of Steam. Or maybe you just have adult.steam.com for the adult section and you promote to that. But even in that, the front page of regular Steam should probably offer the adult section if you're logged in and you've proven you're over 18. I'm fine with non-logged in people not seeing that red curtain, just picture of a red curtain. Moving on, Days Gone Remaster announced for PC as a $10 DLC. I think they've probably updated this into a different offering, because I definitely don't think too many people would be willing to pay an extra $10 just for a remaster of Days Gone on top of having to buy Days Gone in the first place. But maybe that really is how they're going to do it. That seems very weird. A workaround for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Linux with NVIDIA GPUs has been found. Probably is going to get fairly technical, so I would recommend reading this article instead of me trying to read it out. Fedora has been threatened with legal action from OBS Studio due to their flat pack packaging. Interesting. I saw a thumbnail for this video, but with my internet being down for the past couple days, I haven't gotten around to watching that video yet. Seems like, I guess, the OBS Studio team, which has threatened legal action only in one other case that I'm aware of, which was not the competitor to OBS Studio, Streamlabs, labeling itself as OBS Streamlabs, and its product is OBS Streamlabs. While Streamlabs is based on the open source OBS Studio, the actual title of the company, OBS Studio, is trademarked and copyrighted, and they were unhappy with that. I'm not sure it ever actually got to a court case, but they were unhappy about it, and they were definitely threatening some legal actions. Here, I would have to assume that Fedora is just willy-nilly putting up a flat pack that is not actually owned by OBS into their package manager, and OBS Studio is probably getting complaints or customer service requests for something that they're not putting up, would be my guess. Like with let's actually read it instead of me just speculating. That would make more sense and save some time. Like with traditional distribution packages, which would be RPMs and devs and things, those are things that are not in a storefront that you just download from a website. Distros can also run their own Flatpak repositories instead of using FlatHub, where the vast majority of people use FlatHub. This is what Fedora does by default. They have their own Fedora Flatpaks. Flatpaks being sandboxed exe executable type programs, devs and RPMs being non-sandboxed exe executable type programs. Fedora does this by default. They have their own Fedora Flatpaks where they often repackage various softwares, which repackaging OBS may be against their terms of service and their license. It's worth noting that OBS Studio is on FlatHub as an official OBS package, and it is the only one that they really want to support. A few weeks ago, Joel Bethke from the OBS Studio team put an issue on the Fedora Flatpaks GitLab titled Broken OBS Studio Flatpak presented as an official package. The unofficial OBS Studio Flatpak on Fedora Flatpak is seemingly poorly packaged and broken, leading to users complaining upstream, that would be OBS Studio's upstream, thinking they are being served the official package. There are several examples of this being the case outside of OBS Studio as well, and many users who are unhappy with Fedora Flatpaks being pushed with no or unclear options to opt out. So yeah, seems like several people are upset with Fedora. And at the end of that paragraph, I think we don't really need to read any further. They're asking that the package either be removed or made clear that it's a third-party package. And yeah, I don't think this leads to an actual legal threat on that comment. Seems to be Fedora didn't respond in the way that OBS was happy with. Yeah, they say inside the comments there's a fair bit of disagreement between Fedora and Red Hat and the OBS team. Everybody basically hates Red Hat at this point as a company in the open source community. It's a generalization to say. So they've come out with a formal takedown notice in the form of a reply, which honestly, a takedown notice in the form of a reply is probably not as legally binding as, say, serving such a notice, or at least having a registered letter send such a notice. But yeah, it seems like OBS is serious about this, and they're tired of people causing them trouble. In fairness to OBS, which I think are the right people in this disagreement, they also have not really put out any new major update. They said they were going to slow down on updates. They were going to make the major numbers increasing mean more, and so OBS 39 is going to be way more of a change than, say, OBS 37 to OBS 38. But yeah, I haven't seen them put out even really patches or anything of major importance, so maybe OBS is just in a really good shape right now and they don't need to patch anything. But I also haven't heard them talk about any new features for a new version. They're approaching OBS 40. They probably want these kinds of issues to go away before 40 as much as they want them just to go away in general. Overall, the flat pack of OBS is going to be used more and more. If you're using Bakelite, you're probably going to be using the flat hub version of OBS Studio, unless there's just a major reason why you can't use the flat hub version. If you're using OBS on Steam Deck for some reason, you're going to be using the flat hub version of that, more than likely. So if they want to focus on their version, last thing they want is a broken version floating around. And Red Hat could certainly have dealt with this better instead of arguing back and forth, which at least Gaming on Linux presenting the story as an issue where there isn't much of a reason why specifically they would have refused to just take it down or label it as an unofficial version. And I guess I'll leave it at that. Back more to game news. Elden Ring Night Rain launches in May and will have kernel level anti-cheat, so that definitely could be a problem for the Steam Deck / Linux players. We'll just have to leave it at that. The Wayland color management and high dynamic range protocol have finally merged, which the idea that color management and HDR would be separate is kind of crazy, but sometimes it just take years of work across many areas and lots of discussions to get projects and protocols to be merged. So some future version of the Wayland protocol will make it easier, or very possibly possible for the first time, to have better color management. If I recall correctly, there was at least one version of KDE that's come out recently where you can have higher, better, more accurate color management, but it significantly degrades performance, so they're recommending most people don't turn it on. But it does certainly speak to something that Windows 11, iOS, macOS, like, I'm not hearing either one of those really say we've got this whole new compositor protocol ready to go so that every app potentially can engage with HDR monitors and make better, more colorful images appear on screen. For Windows, that's almost certainly going to be a small selection of video games that can do HDR via a driver. And for macOS, I wouldn't be surprised if it is an incredibly tiny subselection of Adobe Photoshop like programs that can handle it. Whereas Wayland in general, I think, is trying to make HDR be more integrated so that any random programmer can implement it, and if you don't implement it, it might automatically work anyways. HDR, since people don't really care about audio that much, HDR is the next step forward to making computer vision look better. And then you probably hit a dead end after that point. I don't think we're going to get an HDR+++ as far as protocols go. There's only so many colors you can reach. If you can do 100% of the color gamut spectrum, then you probably can do 100% of what a human eye can see. And I doubt monitors are going to start putting out X-rays or infrared rays for some reason for human eyes that we can't see. Till we get cyborg eyes that can see in the infrared spectrum or in the X-ray spectrum, then that would be interesting if that happened, but it's probably not going to happen. But yeah, this does feel like a bigger thing. It does bring about an interesting question as far as web pages at some point, where we're going to need probably a new version of HTML to support high dynamic range visuals. And that'll probably start with video, but at some point we may just have web pages that can do high dynamic range, although they probably won't do much with it if that was the case. Anyways, moving on. Dwarf Fortress has some exciting plans in the futures, which I don't play Dwarf Fortress, but I know a lot of people do. Seems like there's a fairly long list here, so I would say check this out if you're interested on gamingonlinux.com. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress here. Even as a game, feels very hard to even put this on the wish list because of the visuals in particular being that way. Stellar Blade confirmed for a PC release in June. Steam page is now being live. It is interesting that the first screenshot they used is not even of the main character of Stellar Blade, Eve. Is that really the case? No, the first screenshot shows Eve and Adam. The second screenshot shows, I want to say her name is Chell or something. I don't think that's right though. That's from Portal. Third screenshot is, I think, the boss from the very end of the game and some other bosses. And you don't even get back to Eve until like the fourth or fifth screenshot. I wouldn't be surprised if Gaming on Linux in particular doesn't even know who the main protagonist is, and said, well, this is two people and some kind of device, so let's go with no on that. Let's go with that one. Yep. I also wouldn't be surprised if most of this is just a press release as far as the maker of Gaming on Linux or taken directly from Steam's description. Let's see, the glibc 2.41 update has been causing problems for Linux gaming. The glibc library is a major library for programming in that it is the GNU library for C++ type coding. It's something that almost any program that you are going to build from source is going to use and implement, although it doesn't inherently have to be any specific version. One program might want 2.39, one program might want 2.41. In a lot of cases, moving in 2.41 to replace 2.39 might work perfectly. In this case, it seems like that isn't what happened, and I don't think there's really any fallbacks for this. Now, one of the beauties of flat packs and sandboxing is that you tend not to be running into these kinds of problems, since everything in the sandbox and the flat pack is specifically designated in sandbox for that application. And yeah, you're just not building things from source, which building things from source in Linux is one of the worst experiences you can ask anybody to do. Once you figure it out, if everything works on the first try, which it almost never does, it usually works on the 100th try, for newbies at least, it's kind of fine. You start to get it. It's really just usually 3 to 5 commands that you have to type in the terminal, but yeah, it can take forever. It can be a nightmare. It's just not the right way to ask a regular user to install or make a program, which is the whole reason why you have things like flat packs and even deb files, which make it much easier to install a program on Linux. And then flat packs in particular added sandboxing as a feature, so you're installing the right version in a safer way. Apparently multiple programs from Valve have already been updated. I don't know if there's really anything to say or do here. Sorry, I'm starting to yawn, starting to fall asleep. Barely done anything today other than stream. All I can really say is hopefully the glibc developers will be able to do something about the breaking changes for various games. It does seem to me like there is an intentional reason that these changes have been made, and that this isn't just them arbitrarily putting in a bug. And yeah, this is going to it's worth pointing out that this mostly is going to affect people on rolling release distributions. Maybe that would include Bazite, but for a lot of people, if you just have installed Ubuntu, you probably haven't updated to the point where that would be updated in any way. Moving on, the last thing we have from Gaming on Linux is Borderlands 4 was confirmed for September with a new release. We might as well watch the trailer. We're already in for a penny, we might as well be in for a pound. Although, weirdly, there might be some YouTube family-friendly concerns here with just violence. There's a disclaimer at the bottom of here that this was developed for a trailer, and not to 100% assume that the game is going to look this way. Although I suspect if you have top end hardware, it probably will look somewhat similar to this. In this trailer, if you can see anything, which is a huge if, as it's just running around and jumping and shooting, it does feel like there's more of a variety of enemies and creatures that you're fighting, perhaps more of a variety of guns and ways guns work and show. It does feel like there might be a slight danger in that trailer that maybe there's just not going to be much of a story or any story at all, or much of a linear path. Borderlands games have always been fairly small arena-like areas, kind of open worldy, but not really open world. There's usually one entrance and one exit for a region, and then perhaps some side entrances and side exits in a region that will go to smaller dead-end areas to do side missions. But yeah, from the beginning of a Borderlands game to the end is usually a straight line, if you were going to run from the beginning to the end, and you couldn't just go in a different path to reach the end location. In a lot of ways though, if Borderlands was more about just player versus NPC or player versus player, it wouldn't be the worst experiment. At least it would lose some stuff certainly there if it didn't have a story, and if it didn't have a single player campaign where you play over and over again and you're encouraged to play with different characters and have that role-playing element. But yeah, if they tried to be a little bit more Fortnite-y, if it tried to have an arena mode with just way more players against players, that's would be at least an experiment in a different direction. It feels like that should probably be a non-numbered spin-off game if they were going to do that, or at least there'd be an area in Borderlands 4 that was like that, where it is 100% this is the area where we're going to have Fortnite happen with Borderlands characters, and we're going to bring in 100 other players. But the main game probably still should be team of 4 at most playing together, possibly with couch co-op, going through a storyline. They would betray too much of their format if they just tried to be 100% open world, randomly shooting things for hours upon hours, Fortnite arena style gameplay, which maybe I don't even really know what Fortnite gameplay really is, but yeah, that trailer does feel very much more Fortnite-y than Borderlands. To me, a little bit more Fortnite-y, not a ton. Moving on to GameDeveloper.com articles, I have several open, but they may be fairly unimportant. The Jumpship co-founder, Dino Patti, has reacquired the studio from Thunderful. I feel like we may have already talked about this, which maybe means all of these are old stories. Mojang getting a new studio head, we talked about. Ex-Activision Blizzard head Bobby Kotick called the bizarre acquisition a bad, expensive lesson. I think we probably talked about that. Embracer says gutting its business has created a strong foundation for future value creation, which in a lot of ways feels like you're just saying what we did was right. Believe us, please. Don't doubt us. Don't lower your estimates on our share value. Sony is keen to boost their first-party earnings on PS5 as it nears 75 million lifetime sales, which makes me think that Sony, if they're saying that out loud, is saying that they are going to probably charge a more expensive platform fee to have your game on their platform, which would very potentially pass the money down to pass the cost down to the consumer. Sony very possibly trying to spearhead a movement to get to $100 games at the very least, to lock in that games now sell for at least $70, kind of regardless of whether they really should be selling for that much or not. You know, it really does feel like prices never get any cheaper. You know, the only thing that can happen is the value of the dollar can go down and you can have inflation or deflation, whatever that would be called. But yeah, games really should be at that mental price point of about $50. $100 is too much for a kid, which some of these games are sold to kids, to really have or really think about it. Honestly, $25 would be nicer. But once you're starting to get to $60, $70, $75, and oh, by the way, we're also pushing the idea that GTA itself should be $100. We're also pushing an incredibly stupid false narrative that if only GTA is $100 and that establishes that all video games should be $100, then the game industry would be future financially viable. I mean, you really are just giving crack to a crackhead at this point if you actually believe that giving more money to the currently established publishers is somehow going to make things fix itself. No way. If you give more money to the publishers, they're going to pocket the difference, or they're going to invest the difference into making even more over budget projects, such as the quadruple A movement, to just try and make games way over a budget and way more expensive so that they potentially can hope for even more sales. Video game publishers and the video game industry in particular has to realize that we're just not in a growth period, and we probably won't ever be in a major growth period as far as gamers go ever again. You've locked in almost everybody that you're going to lock in as far as people who are going to be a gamer. Maybe a new generation will come in and you'll get some more gamers that way by a small percentage, but you've got pretty much all the audience you're going to get. Best you can do is try and maintain that audience and not see it shrink, which is what Hollywood failed miserably at doing. As far as at some point, Hollywood in the 90s, I would say, had as many people going to the theaters as they possibly could have had they simply at that point realized, all right, well, we're going to try and maintain this as long as possible, and we're going to start slashing the budget on films and making cheaper films. That would have helped the Hollywood industry survive a lot better than it really has. Instead, Hollywood constantly just doubled down, spending more and more for big budget movies, which works when you're making the Avengers and basically only the Avengers. But then you also set a precedent where the Avengers is the only movie anybody really wants to see in the theater, in particular because you're not doing anything to reduce the price of tickets. You've increased the price of tickets, so now people are not willing to go and see a movie for $25 a person, just particularly if the movie is just a rom-com or something like that, just something to do on Fridays. It's going to be the exact same scenario. If video games start averaging $75 to $100, you're just going to see gamers buy less and less games in particular, and you're going to see the major publishers fail miserably from that, and a lot of developers fail miserably from that. Meanwhile, gamers can always go to Steam to get a nice $10 game at most, and gamers aren't really going to suffer that much in the short run. At some point, if the entire bubble bursts and every single game developer goes out of business, eventually there will be no new games. But then there'll just be new companies that come out and hopefully learn the lessons of the previous generation, although they probably won't. And we'll start seeing games come out again for much more reasonable things. But actual competition seems not to actually exist, because you'd think that there would be at least a few game developers and publishers out there that are coming out right now saying we plan on selling our games for $50 for a few more years. That we believe that proves to be the right value offering. Of course, this is a very Japanese company. New person in charge thought to say to shareholders in particular is that we want to get more money from first-party earnings. First-party earnings in particular means also that, yeah, I'm making the exact wrong argument here, aren't I? I thought it said third-party earnings. First-party earnings, it's a different situation. They're saying they want to make more money on first-party titles that Sony makes, which they don't make too many of those, so either they're going to raise the price on those first-party titles or they're going to make more first-party games. Which, if they're going to make more first-party games and keep the price the same, that's a great scenario. And I guess I have to leave it at that and just leave in shame to the next news story, since I misread the headline and went on a completely different rant. Nothing I said was really wrong in my opinion, but it's just not related to the headline that I should have read. Let's see. Overwatch 2, speaking of shady business practices, is bringing back loot boxes from the grave. Which, yeah. Once somebody crosses that line and adds loot boxes to their games, the technology is already there. The work has already been put into it. They're going to try and bring it back at some point. I can't help but assume that Overwatch 2 at this point is dying, and this is one last dying gasp of breath from the franchise overall, and this game in specific. Marvel Rivals has eaten their lunch, and deservedly so, it seems. And even before Marvel Rivals, Overwatch 2 just really failed to keep people's attention or convince people why they really should have been forced to play Overwatch 2 instead of Overwatch 1, which was such a big success. Let's see. Ubisoft cost-cutting ahead of schedule after studio closures, with plans to go beyond the goal of fiscal year 2026, so Ubisoft patting them on the back basically for closing studios. Atari and Jeff Minter team on the remake of a classic arcade game called iRobot. We looked at this in the last stream. Very weird looking game. I'm not sure how well it's really going to sell these days. Jeff Minter may not have had anything really to do with iRobot. He may just be a generic game designer / YouTuber. Well, it doesn't seem to be a YouTuber. I know there is, like, I saw that a YouTuber was given the opportunity to do developers' commentaries. Not developer commentaries, directors' commentaries of movies. And I feel like at some point we are going to get a point where you have just these kind of famous YouTube historians that are going to be given opportunities to have a hand in the re-release of really old games. Which definitely is weird. Like, it's weird to have like a director's commentary on a movie when the person talking really isn't the director. It's one thing if there's one person talking, but it's also the director, so there's like somebody guiding them, asking them questions. But increasingly, if there's going to be any new director's commentaries or anything like that as far as extra value added from really old movies, they are going to have to be from people who are still alive, which tends not to be the people in the movies. If you were going to make new commentary on Gone with the Wind, you would have to have somebody who would be like a Siskel and Ebert, and both of them are actually dead, so they're out. But those kinds of movie reviewers would have to come out there, and it certainly would be weird if you all of a sudden had like Red Letter Media putting out commentary on official releases of movies. And it's probably not going to be Red Letter Media that would do it. And then in a video game aspect, I think we may start seeing a lot of that too, where you see Second Wind making commentaries or helping making commentaries on video games. for re-releases of video games, which is not what really is happening here either. And this is just saying the Jeff Minter team is going to be working on this iRobot remake. It doesn't say anything about commentaries. I just was reminded of that. Moving on, let's see. The Video Game History Foundation says they need more internal champions within studio structures. You need to be a curator of your own story. I assume they mean, in particular, they need more champions to maintain and properly archive the history that's happening within the company and the development of games, where I imagine a lot of companies don't care one bit about that and will just destroy and delete old things that might be relevant, old marketing material and press releases and things like that. Obviously they would destroy internal memos and anything that could get them in legal trouble. Nobody is going to preserve you but you, is the quote they're saying here. And I agree with that in particular. And then you also need internal champions to convince video game companies to give old press releases and advertising material to either the Video Game History Foundation or somebody like them, which that is a whole argument in particular. It is worth pointing out that if a company doesn't even care to properly credit its employees, the last thing it's likely going to do is try to properly archive its information. And in a lot of cases, I wouldn't be surprised if employees are just going to have to straight up smuggle data out of companies to get to the Video Game History Foundation, whether that's legal or not. Of course, it is also going to be information that is nice to have, but maybe not really needed, and most people aren't really going to care too much. But I do certainly have like a nostalgic streak. I remember I actually won a Nintendo 64 competition, won a free t-shirt, so they probably gave away a bunch and not too many people probably entered it. It was called the Mario 64 Kick Asphalt competition, I believe was the name of it. So they were definitely going edgier during the time. And yeah, I would like to see more of the media material around that competition. That may have been an exclusive Toys R Us thing too. Toys R Us did a lot of special promotion that was unique to their store. But yeah, it would be historically interesting to do that. And as somebody who at the moment still has a video game collection, I still have that t-shirt, although it might fall apart if anybody tried to touch it too much, since it's probably 30 plus years old. And I was able to have one of the cardboard standees, and so I may still have the cardboard standee for that competition too. And I may very well be the only person on the planet, or in the universe really, that has that t-shirt and has that cardboard standee. So effectively, since there's only one of it, priceless, regardless of shape. Of course, convincing anybody to actually pay any money for something like that is a whole nother subject, and getting something like that in a museum is a whole nother subject in particular. But yeah, if there was more information around that, that would mean something to me. If somebody had that information and I could see that information, more than likely there is probably a Nintendo Power that mentions it in a specific issue. There is very possibly my real name in that Nintendo Power announced as one of the winners. Yeah. I also won a Nintendo Wii from one of the X-Play G4 giveaways one Christmas. I know there's lots of footage of X-Play around those on YouTube, but I don't have any real way of knowing what year it was or figuring out if any of that footage is actually on YouTube. That would mean a lot to me too, to say, here's my history. I won a couple of contests. In fact, I used to be good at winning contests pretty well, But these are also a very small contest. Like the number of people watching XPlay probably was in the small thousands compared to a lottery, which is going to be 1 in a million, if not 1 in a billion, in chance of winning. And I never won anything particularly big, the Wii being the most expensive thing that I won. But yeah, there is definitely hope these days that I could win like the Publishers Clearinghouse, which would solve a lot of problems. You'd be surprised how much $1 million or two can solve problems, but yeah, I'm not that good of a winner. Not that lucky. But yeah, that would certainly be nice. Moving on. This is already super long stream. Darker and Darker developer Iron Mace has been ordered to pay Nexion $5.8 million for trade secret infringement. Iron Mace and Nexion's legal bout over Darker and Darker has finally reached a conclusion. I don't remember this story, but like most legal cases, I imagine it's been going on for a very long time. Nexion filed a lawsuit against Iron Mace in 2021, so 4 years plus ago, alleging that the studio built Darker and Darker using source code and data from an in-development title codenamed Project P3. So one would assume that Nexion was publisher, acting as publisher, or at least working with Iron Mace, so that can happen. Nexion claimed the data was intentionally leaked by a former employee. So they're not even working together, called Joo-Hyun Choi, who went on to establish Iron Mace. And see, like, this is the kind of nasty situations that can happen, or you can at least be accused of doing, where you have one employee that might cause you all kinds of trouble just by hiring them, which perhaps that slightly encourages game developers to not even hire established people in the game industry and just only hire new people when they can get away with only hiring new people. He accused the studio of copyright infringement and trade secret infringement. The way this is phrased, Nexion claimed the data was intentionally leaked, by a former employee named Joo-Hyun Choi, who went on to establish Iron Mouse, end commas. So this should just be like its own sentence. Here should be either the end of the sentence, which would be the right thing, and then it should be they accused the studio of copyright infringement. I think Nexion's making all the claims. According to documents translated by this website, the Seoul, this would be the South Korean District Court, I would assume, ruled that Dark and Darker didn't infringe on Nexion's copyright for Project P3 dated there. Iron Mace, however, was found to have committed trade secret infringement and has been ordered to pay 8.5 billion won, which is 5.87 million in damages to Nexion. So it seems like they won one part and didn't win the other. Although, had they found that Nexion had infringed copyright, then all the proceeds and every copy of Darker and Darker would have had to been destroyed. I wouldn't be surprised if they challenge it too. And so the best thing I could assume here is that Darker and Darker got some level of trade secrets from this former employee. That being said, I think it is kind of fairly common that this level of shadiness happens in Korean business. Looking at the game, feels like it is kind of weirdly like a first-person 3D Diablo game. And while overall it was teetering at 71%, mostly positive, in the past 30 days it's at 66%. And it's still in early access, which I think perhaps maybe that's a issue too. There isn't particularly anything here that looks too interesting. It's a free to start game, online PvP with in-app purchases, so wouldn't be surprised if there's some issues there. Never have I seen such a great game with amazing potential absolutely ruined by its own development team. Devs constantly add things no one asked for, remove them only to re-add them back in such an insignificant ways you wondered why they'd even bother. It's gotten to the point where each time they announce a hotfix, 90% of the player base even wonders if they did anything and have to test it themselves to see the actual changes. Devs are so utterly clueless. In patch 69 they basically flattened the curve of all item rarities, making it so that you could just spawn in with Squire gear for free, and that could be better than the highest unique items with less than 1% drop rates. The game dropped to less than 5,000 players, and they very quickly reverted to change. Interesting. So it does seem like there's some bad management going on there too for a live service game. But yeah, you don't really hear about people talking about the dangers of a live service game and that you have to actually maintain an audience. Online now is 12,000 players. Its peak in the last 24 hours is 16,000 players. Its all-time peak scratching at 60,000 players. So numbers pretty good there, but it seems like the overall reception both in the long term and the short term are pretty bad. Let's look at the chart before we move on, just to see if there was any specific point in which there was major negativity in it. I'd say here would have been the biggest spike. And that must have been patch 69 that happened there. Yeah. So yeah, I have to say that kind of sucks too when you have a company that is both being sued and a game that is not being received well. There you have a mostly negative $30 DLC too. But yeah, you always hope for a better outcome than being sued and not being capable of actually running the product, so the developer, the gamers are happy. Moving on, the Avengers director hire industry veteran Pete Wanat to spearhead games at AGBO. The company hopes to leverage Wanat's experience to build transmedia properties across film, television, and games. It definitely feels like anytime anybody uses the buzzword transmedia, they are hoping for just more investors to show up. Whereas you'd think that a somewhat new company would either focus on games or focus on film or focus on television, or focus on games and license to film and television if you have an actual good story. It is kind of worth pointing out too that video games need specific video game like stories that are somewhat cliche and inherently don't have to be that good, because you're adding that interactivity and kind of a level of goofiness to it, where movies need to be a little bit more serious. And it definitely was a big jump and effort to convert the long-running history of like Iron Man, or let's use a better example, the Hulk. It took them 2-3 movies before they could actually make a Hulk movie that wasn't a major failure, just because of the goofiness of the comic books and Hulk, and how much you have to try and make that more serious for a movie version of the Hulk. It's taken them several attempts at Fantastic Four, and people are hoping the latest Fantastic Four can get over that. But yeah, it's just a different audience and a different style if you're making television, or if you're making film, or if you're making video games. And it's unrealistic to believe any one person is going to be able to pull off those different styles. The major successes as far as TV we've seen are streaming services like Amazon putting a whole different team in charge of making a Fallout TV series, not having the same company be involved. I'm sure the Amazon team making the Fallout TV series would do a terrible job making video games, and would do a probably terrible job making a movie too, even a Fallout movie. I don't even know what a Fallout movie really would be, because it would have to be a fairly short story, which doesn't really make sense in the Fallout universe. Moving on, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles has been delisted on iOS after an unfixable bug, which changes to the payment model on iOS prevented players from accessing content they bought in its free and paid versions. I think unfixable is an exaggeration, and this is really just Square Enix being lazy. But yeah, that is another problem that really shouldn't exist, where you have fairly modern operating systems like iOS and Android, with the iOS store and the Android Play Store having purchasing mechanics and APIs all built into it. And there's just no reason that there should be an unfixable bug, or any reason that a very old version of Android apps or iOS apps shouldn't be able to be run. Neither iOS or Android bothered to make some kind of sandbox where old versions of apps are allowed to still be installed and run. And so Beyond Pod, at a certain version, back when it was good, is a RSS reader that I still love and use, and you cannot transfer it over and install it to new phones. Not easily. You have to push it via an ADB command, and you can't install it if you've never used it before, and you can't just sideload it either, because it's such an old version and such an old app. Seems really ridiculous that that's the scenario. And in fairness, that's the only app I've run into this problem with. But eventually, give it another 10 years, I wouldn't be surprised if several other apps that I have been just using for decades stop working for not really good reason. It's one thing if they're not going to be given access to new things, but at some point just let somebody check a checkbox and say, I know this app may be dangerous, but I've been using it for years, so let me keep using it. Particularly when there's not a exact one-for-one replacement for Beyond Pod. There are other RSS apps, but none of them are particularly what I want, or particularly even that good. Moving on, the Epic Games Store apparently has reached 295 million PC players in 2024. Their player spending increased by 15% to 1.1 billion in 2024. I wonder if you could multiply these numbers to get a minimum ratio of what Steam's player base is. because I wouldn't be surprised if Steam's overall player base is 10 to 100 times more, if not even higher, and I wouldn't be surprised if the overall spending is 30 to 300 times more. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Steam and Valve overall is pulling in a gross $300 billion every single day, taking a 30% cut on that, making it roughly $100 billion a day of actual money going into the pockets of Valve. Which then they probably are spending a massive amount of that on servers and payroll and taxes and things like that. That might be a little bit too high on scale, but it might not be that off. Then we generally just have no idea how many PC players even exist in general. So this information sounds like big numbers, but it might very well be not that big numbers. I still don't actively hear about anybody mention Epic Game Store or play games on the Epic Game Store. I've never heard of anybody really caring that a game was an Epic Game Store exclusive. They just tend not to mention. I haven't heard anybody really care that they're getting free games on the Epic Game Store. In general, I would imagine if it weren't just a matter of pride, the Epic Game Store would have been shut down years ago, or would have never been created in the first place. Moving on, let's now burn through all the new games on Steam, which this is going to be a challenge, certainly. Now, weirdly, Cribbage. Is this the same as Cribbage? It's a rogue-like deck builder for Cribbage. Now, that might be an interesting way to learn Cribbage. It's taking basically the idea of Blertro, but instead of having something around the scoring of poker, it's going to potentially have the scoring around Cribbage, which is a game all about scoring. So that really catches my attention. But yeah, since I'm really only a day later from when I would regularly stream, it really shouldn't be more than a day's more of games that came out, and plus that day was Saturday, so could be fairly slow. It definitely does seem to me that at some point everyday streaming might be just more of a normal habit. It would mean I'd miss more days. It's still weirdly difficult to put up posts if you don't have the internet. Like, I do have YouTube Studio. Why do we have like 2 games about sacrificing back to back? Interesting. No, we have 3 games about sacrificing, it seems, back to back. Well, this might even be a game about sacrificing, but I don't think so. Yeah. I should have put out a post, but I could not find an easy way to do it. I could have worked harder on that if I really cared to say why I wasn't streaming on Friday. But then really that in a lot of ways would have just been promising something I wasn't sure I was going to be able to deliver on even today. There was a decent chance that I just wouldn't get a new cable modem, or that the changing of the cable modem was not going to fix it. It is a small chance that something else would have been broken, and before it updated, it did seem like it wasn't going to work, and I was going to then have to try and schedule a actual human being, which by the point that it looked like it wasn't working, I had to try and Google an 800 number to call for support, and even that was turning into a nightmare because once all of my limited 5 gigs of data is used up, I'm so low prioritied on the internet speeds that it is web pages just won't even load. So honestly, if there was an emergency situation and I had no data left, I potentially would die in that scenario. Either that, or it is just straight up you're gonna have to call 911 just to say, hey, I cannot Google this. Although that's not the right thing to do. You don't call 911 because of that. You call 411 for a customer support number, or you would call a friend to look it up for you, which is the smarter move than doing 411, because 411 will charge you and very possibly give you the wrong number, or tell you the number doesn't exist because their database is older than dirt. See, that didn't even take that long. In fact, that was such a small amount of time. I half wonder if it actually even opened all of the new games that came out, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume it did. Alright, well, we're approaching 5 hours for the stream, so it's been quite the marathon today. I didn't even mention that my computer apparently shut itself down to install a Windows update or something when I first turned it on today, and I thought for a second there was something wrong with my computer. Hopefully that's not going to happen ever. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment,